Okay, is everything sounding okay on your end, everybody? Hello. I'm like, oh my god, I feel a very like, I don't know, I feel very stupid. Hello, Kira. Hi, Slay. How y'all doing? At this moment, at this very moment, I feel like, I feel like this mod package is very huge. I might have to disable some shaders. Uh, I'm letting it load, but I'm not gonna load the world until it does take a second. But it does take a second to go weird. Yeah. I can switch back. I'm just hold on. Fuck. Embarrassing. Um I am gonna use is it okay, it's working. Um I'm gonna use Discord because this current Fuji is not cut up into pieces. I might ask Brace in the future to cut it up because I have been wanting to do this, but I have been busy. So I might ask Brace. Of course, I'm gonna like commission her side commission her on the side to see if she can just cut this up. Um, God, pain. Yogo sad. I kind of wanted to get the fucking emotes for that. I'm gonna see. Let me see. Can you guys see the game? No, you can't. Why did I make it? Why did you get big? The fuck? Let's ignore that. Okay. I don't know. I think I just have to like remove some shaders from here. Where was it that I was looking at? Was it controls? I can't remember what the fuck it was. Ender Trigon. It wasn't that. I just don't want to like open it up and it's like, oh, here's all the fucking shaders in the world. Is it this? No. You're missing, no. Okay, have a good nap. Thank you. It was by Brace. Resource pack. That's what I was thinking, but I didn't see it. Is it video settings? Okay, video settings. The thing is, shaders enabled. I think I might have to remove the bliss one. Or does this apply? I think I'm just gonna have to like, well, performance. Oh, there's a lot. We're not gonna use a bunch of shit. This is supposed to be a normal ass fucking wait, quality. Leaves. No. Fast. Decreased. Fancy. Fast. Off. Cheers. Okay, I'll hydrate. I hate how like I made this computer just so that I can be able to stream everything and it's still not enough. I find it insane. Why is it like I'm gonna do like 60 brightness? Oh yes. Chunks, let's do like 8. Max shadow distance, let's do like 6. Render distance, let's do like 8. Advance shader. Let's see if that helps. There's so much stuff that's going to be removed and I'm going to be sad about it, but it's fine. I know. Where did I go? Oh, it was right here. CPU rendering. Very low may increase. Very low high. Hello. Very low or high values may create frame. Hello. Thank you, Manuel, for subscribing for 7 months. You got 1 point on the loyalty card. I'm okay. I'm gonna make like a announcement soon, but like I'm gonna say if you get like a full like deck, because I'm gonna be removing like free sketches completely because I have so much stuff to do, that if you do get like a loyalty card, then you get a sketch when you fill the whole loyalty card out. That's my one thing. But yeah. Hope you guys enjoy the loyalty card system. It's kind of fun. I think it's fun in my opinion. Specifies maximum number of frames, can be waiting on the GPU to finish rendering low. So is that like, I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with that. I think 60 is fine. Oh, fuck the bobbing. Excuse me. Do you want me to die? How much RAM you got? Fuck. How much RAM do I got? It's been a long time since I checked mine. I can actually check really quick. It's been so long. I made this like in 2022. So I have 32 gigabyte RAM, but my processor is just like AMD Ryzen 5 5600 6-core processor. I was considering upgrading the processor and getting more RAM in the future, but that's just like something I have to do in the future. I will have to see. Yeah. I do love the way I look in this style. I really want to commission Brace for like something else too. It'll be in the future though. String distance. Let's do 6. Quality. Fast. Fast. No. Entity distance. I think it should be fine like this. I just don't need a lot of stuff. There's so much happening. Nice. Yeah, I was considering. Also, hi Severin, how are you? I hope you're having a good Friday. Um, Looking at like how to allocate everything because I know there's an option for it. Let me see if like this helps, because I ended up closing a bunch of stuff. If it starts fucking dying on me again, I'm just gonna have to like do something else on stream. It should be fine because I remember like, unless I have to delete the other Minecraft worlds that I've made, because I have made like other game sessions, so I might have to delete those other ones. I mean, it should be fine if I do delete it. I mean, it doesn't. I don't really care if I do. Could not find map. If you're getting a message, it means you installed. It'll be fine. If you want to know more, plus J. Yes. Okay. So, is everything okay? If it starts going crispy cream, I think we're gonna have to just do something else. But if it's going okay, we should be fine. So I did get I think it was this world over here. So the waypoints for Val's adventure is over here. This is my area here. What the fuck? So here I think it's supposed to be a skeleton type of like structure, and I kind of dig it because I have been thinking about like what kind of area to put, and when Val showed me this I was like, okay, I fuck with this because it very much feels like a Bloodhounds. Like if it was like a real gang, it would be here. Um, and this is like, so far she's only shown me the base, her base, and then over here is like where you start off. I don't think I clicked the waypoint. I think there might have been one over here, but I don't think I clicked it. I think for now I'm gonna be mining a lot of stuff. Is it picking up on the music? Can you guys hear it? No, mi música. Hold on. Tuna, did I disable you? I might have disabled you. No. Tuna, this one? Okay. I'm gonna disable you, and you, and you, and you for the time being. Okay. Etu Mikandrum. Okay, I think everything should be fine because we've like. Oh my god, everything looks so sad. No, because what the fuck? Did my internet dip? Please tell me my internet didn't fucking dip. Me mining. Yes, and even crafting. No. Okay. It just went. You're doing nothing. Go. Bye bye. Kicks me. Kicks me, man. No. Why did you kick me? I'm gonna be so sad if it doesn't want to load. Dab dab dab. Dab dab dab. I might also make a PNG of my Halloween model just so that I can have it. Is my mic okay? Oh no, my mic. Well, it doesn't. I think it should be fine. Oh no, is the server pooping? Please tell me the server isn't like pooping. Please tell me like I'm not like dying. Can you guys still see me? Okay, I think what I need to do is get a furnace. Whoa. Mic seems fine. Okay. So what sorry, I got nervous. So what Val gave me is a bunch of tools that I can use here. I think what I'm gonna do is make this like a whole like little fenced up area so that I can go down whenever I want to like mine. No, I think the server is pooping a little bit. It shouldn't be though. No! No! Don't die on me. Please. Please don't die on me. These? Is this like a wood? The fuck? Or is this like... Oh, this is straight up fucking bone, babes. This is just straight up bone. Ooh, actually bone equals I can use it for stuff. Is this one of the bone blocks? Okay, maybe not. Is it like okay? Is my stream okay? Are you guys okay? I'm gonna be really sad if it's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to like shake Val awake. Val, the stream's fucking dying. Please help. She's just gonna be there like, huh? This is wood. This is also wood. And this is stone. Oh, I did not think about that. Okay, I think we should. Oh, this is also wood. At the boot. Okay. Let me see, how much do I have? Wait, I only have 3 cobblestone. Okay. Stream is doing alright. Okay. Is mining and crafting. Damn. Okay, so we're just gonna try to get some cobblestone first. Cause I need to I just need to get the basics. She gave me like a set, but she just like she was like, "Here, go crazy." But I don't have torches. First of all, I don't have like I just can't make fucking fences. I don't have like a my like crafting table. So I'm like, oh, I need to like work on that. I think the Minecraft server seems to be okay so far. I'm gonna also cut down some trees. Okay, so if you just click it normally, then it does that. This is purple wood, I think. Ooh, melones. What the fuck was that? Hello? It did you see that swing? Melones son melones para mí pa que me como. My... Did I get lost? Okay. He immediately goes, huh? Where am I? I'm just like, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me sometimes. I just forget stuff so easily. it's a it's a mythical. How the what? Okay, okay. Oh no! God damn it! God damn it! What the fuck? Where the fuck is the dirt? Dirt, go in there. Okay, I'm just gonna. Oh, there's so much watermelon. I think I should be fine. Huh? 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 Oh, I need to also. Let me go back up. The attack swing, if not using for chopping or whatever. Yeah, Minecraft has been added. I fucking love when Wicked just starts adding random emotes. It's just they're like, oh okay, we're doing this. We're gonna start adding emotes related to it. I love that. Let me. Ooh. I'll take that. Thank you very much. I think for sure I'm gonna make some fences. And then I'm thinking of making some cute little steps here. First, I just want to make everything a little bit better. I do like the structure, like it looks like a skeleton head. I like the grass, but I want to make it like more like, oh, this is grass. This grass. This is like leaves. This is like everything is just like in the forest. But I don't want it to be like super jungle. I want it more like delinquents have come in here and just made a place for themselves. So we're gonna be doing that. Oh man. It sucks when like everyone just straight up is like, oh, I want to use that dark oak planks. It's like, oh, we did everything in the daytime. here is like, oh no, did it just fucking die on me? Oh, it died on me. Fishing plus? No fucking way. Confirm send. Okay. I think. Oh shit, no, I shouldn't have done. Fuck. I shouldn't have pressed play. Hold on. How do I cancel this? Val told me there was something to do with the fishing, but I didn't even play fishing. Hi, Wicked. Aren't you streaming? Map, compass, GPS still. It's me. Me. Wicked. Did I call you Wicked, Liquid? I'm sorry. I'm just yapping, saying stupid shit right now. Hi, Izzy. My stream's dying. I am happy to see everyone here watching me fail. And going insane over it. I'm sorry, Liquid. I'll make it up to you tomorrow. For all the times I just like said the wrong name. Puta madre, man. I think I'm gonna like close. Actually, I'm gonna close. Hold on, I'm gonna close this game out. Hold. And I'm gonna. Where the fuck is the Minecraft Forge? I'm gonna see if I Minecraft Forge. Where's Forge? the fuck? Oh, okay. It's right here. I'm gonna look into the profile and see if fishing is in it. It shouldn't be in it though. I'm not gonna update anything. I don't want my shit to just straight up just. Oh, fuck. This sucks. Maybe I forgot to disable it, but aquaculture is there. Where the fuck do I look for? How do I search up fishing though? Okay, let's just go through F's. There are so many mods in here, y'all. It's not even funny. I'm gonna disable fishing. I think she said to disable it, but maybe in the new mod pack she didn't. So let's just try again. If this doesn't work on a third fucking try, I'm going to scream. I'm sad. It's not working. I really like Minecraft. If you guys haven't noticed my pixel models, I really, really like Minecraft. Okay, we're gonna try one more time. This time it was to do with the fucking fish mod. I won't scream. I'll be good just for Nikki. Oh my god, my CPU is at like 90%. Oh no. That's probably why it was shitting itself earlier. Oh no. It's 100. Oh no. Okay, it just keeps jumping from like 90 to like 30%. I don't like that one bit. Oh, also I got the thing liquid. I am going to give it tomorrow. Okay. It's funny because I keep having issues with this game, and like everyone who was playing today didn't have any issues with the fucking server. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is the situation? What the fuck is the motherfucking situation? It's not working. Please work. I will be very sad. I really want to play Minecraft. It's really funny because modded Minecraft is like, oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah. Modded Minecraft is like my shit. I really like it a lot. It's really also it's funny. I wasn't even like playing. Wait, I can't do the crafting table. Ugh. Can I not do the complicated one? Oh, I need a fucking. Why do I need a bunch of sticks? Becky sticks. I got sticks. Give me some. What the fuck does he say? It's been so long since I watched that. I don't remember. Boss always quotes it. I don't know how she remembers so much stuff. But I'm also very brain dead type of person, so I don't remember half the shit I say. Or do. Okay. We might need to put wood in here. For structures. Right here. Did I not get more? Yes, 25. Jungle wood. That's fine. Mystical forest. Botania! I think Nikki would like Botania. I think. It's basically like all like type of greenery stuff. I think they also have like a lot of like structure, like energetics and just so much stuff. Nocti, hello! We play straight hours. Oh my, yeah, I do the same shit. I play like I play like a good week of it, and then I just forget for like the next year or two. Botania is a Minecraft mod where you're basically like crafting a bunch of stuff with like magical herbs and seeds. Oh, thanks for shouting out Nocti. Nice. What game are you playing? So far I have things kind of organized. I just literally started though. Oh wait, no. I want like no, bamboo should be here. I want more like metals and ores and stuff to be there. And then I want there to be like more random stuff here. Like magical stuff I might make just a thing, but this is gonna be wooden. Um I mean if you don't want to tell me, that's fine. Also, we can put some bamboo right here. I think for sure I want to make like a trap section. Let's do 2. Oh my god, the way it does that is crazy. Oh, I think she said that it can be like a stove, so I can put like a pot on top.
Food.
A pot.
Food.
Food. Hello. Hello. Thank you so much, Izzy, for gifting Nocti a sub. Holy shit. I was thinking of changing the fucking notification, but I don't know if people actually like it. But Botania is basically like magical gardening, but it's like kind of fun. I haven't really gone too much into Botania, but it's very much like you do a lot with it. Like I guess you're just like a type of person who likes to do like homebody stuff. It's fun because you can also do other things with like different mods with it. Oh, League of Legends. I see. I see. We're gonna look away. We're gonna look away. It's always so funny whenever I hear someone's like, "Oh, I play League," because it just cracks me up. Because I hear like every other person is like, "Oh, fuck League," and me, I'm like, personally, I'm like, "Oh, yeah, League," but it's just one of those things. Wooden shovel and a brick and water and iron. Also, apparently, from what Val's told me, I say certain things like differently from what Americans say, and I found that really funny because I'm not. I think I just need like 6. I mean, I'm not like fully like white American type of person who only spoke English, so it made me laugh because apparently I say a certain group of people's name very like Brit, and it made me laugh. She was like, "Wow, you sound exactly like a Brit" when I said it. And I don't know if you guys know this one little group, Minecraft group, the Yogs cast. It just makes me laugh because I didn't realize I gave it a bit of an accent. And I was like, "Oh, Am I not supposed to be saying that? I'm just straight up a little Texans girl, a Texans I am girl." I'm thinking of like putting up like staircase instead. It's so fucking funny though. It just made me laugh when she was saying it. I mean, technically made it here, but it is a bit difficult trying to go up there. Never met a League player that enjoys League. I mean, also, yes, gardening does sound fun. I think you would also like Witchery and the mod. I don't think you would like Thaumcraft. Personally, as someone who likes Thaumcraft, I don't think most people like Thaumcraft. It's just one of those games that I don't think a lot of people like. But it's a mod. It's one of those mods. I was gonna make a fucking pot. So I need to go down. Down, down, down to the ground. Let me know if the the fucking, well, yeah, I guess the game audio sounds okay. I want to get some, first, we're gonna get some, ooh, this is terracotta. It's a fucking turkey! Die! It's Thanksgiving! Let's go. Ooh, are those oranges? Are those peaches? Peaches, 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 peaches. Ooh. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I'm just gonna... Please ignore that. Ooh, fruta. Fruta, fruta, fruta. Fruta, 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 fruta. What is that? Oh, it's a beehive. It's a beehive. We could just get food this way. So we can just live off the land. Fight every fucker who tries to take on my trees. We're living off the land, boys and girls and daydens. Whoa, are those grapes? Not grapes. I'm guessing pears? What the fuck? I don't want to destroy the tree. Cause what if I can't? Olive fruit! Where's Koki when you need her? Look! Olives! Wait. You just woke up. Oh. Came at the right time. We can make some stuff. You can probably... Also, you can cook in this game. Okay, so... so Val also gave me the power of the backpack. So it picks up everything automatically, which is kind of cool, but also annoying sometimes when you're trying to, like, make sure everything's okay. Vanilla beans? So we can make cakes. We can make cake. I need to make like another mod pack for us, though. I think in the future. I'm just not very good at these kind of like the puta zombie. You can stay over there, zombie. I will stay right here. Oh, a coconut. I put that lime in a coconut and shake it all up. I put the lime in a coconut and shake it all up. I do want the grass. Ooh. I don't like destroying the dirt. The goat! Goat! Hold on. Didn't I have a leer? Fuck, I don't have my leer. You're gonna have to stay here, brother. I'll come back for you. I just want the grass. Also, I need to make sure like it doesn't get too dark. Wait, I need to make the chat bigger. For some ungodly reason, the chat just keeps getting smaller. Okay. Okay. I think there's a bunch of sheep here. Oh. Food! Food! Thank you for following Joshua Scarlet. Oh, boy. Wow! I'm living off the land. I am a true adventurer. Also, I was trying to look for, are those diamonds? No, those are zinc ore. I'm trying to find some water, so I think I have to go, like, another place. Oh, I could have just, like, done a whole sprout. Biomes of Plenty is also a good mod. It's just, like, a bunch of, like, grassery type of stuff. Oh, I'm back. I cracked it. If there's a lot of bean here. Also, I need to find Kobe's place, so I think we're gonna try to look for Kobe's place. I'm just gonna have to like get better at like I'm gonna like am I gonna have to like actually like cut down some trees and stuff so that oh wait. Yeah, some trees so that I can survive the darkness. Um we're gonna like replant some trees so it's fine. Mahogany. I'll have some mahogany. Do I have any more trees? No. Hello, Joshua. Can't remember if I have met you from somewhere else, but I probably have, and I have a bad memory, so hello. Wait, okay, I think I know where you're from. I am so bad with names. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like make some staircase, but it should be fine. Fuck, I forgot the water. That's fine. So let's just make some. Let's just make some quick. Oh, hi, Space Team. I'm so sorry. I had to adjust my thing again. I'm so sorry, Space. Hello, Snyder. How are you? I hope you guys have a good Friday. Da ba dee da ba da ba dee da ba dee da ba dee da da. You know what's cool? I don't have to like worry about anybody saying where I'm looking at. Da ba I should have probably put the fucking thing here in hindsight. You know what? I'm just gonna do that. I don't have anything in here, so it should be fine. I'm gonna move you over here. I think I'll just get more furnaces. The only annoying thing is that this just goes automatically into my backpack. I think it should be fine. Yeah, okay, it's gonna open up to allow my barrels. Wait, which one? Okay, it's gonna open up to this. So I'm gonna see if I can like funnel through the barrels so it can like open up in the back here. I know there's a system for it, so I have to like let me see. Is there like more barrel? I know there's like a fucking. Do they not have the mod for it? Oh my god. I really hope they do. I'm gonna be so sad if they don't. Imagine. We can put this here though. Maybe we could just put stuff that we're gonna be crafting with here. Well, I need some water. Also, it's very cool. I have soul lanterns? I didn't even realize those were soul lanterns. This is a fucking skeleton head. Holy shit. So okay, the chest is better. We're gonna like just move stuff from here to here. So to craft, we can put that dark wood, and then some jungle wood's fine. Block bone. Oh, ooh, a chuleta. Ooh, look at all that food. That chicken. Oh shit. We can put more of this. Some chicken. Oh, some turkey. We're gonna have a good turkey. Do be having technical issues. I know. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Is a tummy? Where did you get a tummy from? Hi. How are you, Light Switch? How you doing? Hope you're on a good Friday. Well, as long as you're okay. That's all that matters to me. Oh my god, they cooked that turkey fast. What the fuck? So we have nutmeg. I think this is a good way to do. Okay, I might have to do a chest for just food entirely because that is all just herbs, and this should be. Let's just do food. Let's do half. Let's put the turkey in there. Raw zinc. Seed should be up here. Flowers, vanilla beans. Or no, this is mine. Charcoal, we will keep half. Magical stuff and hides, we're just gonna put you in here. Da ba dee da ba da, da ba dee da da da, da ba dee da ba da, da ba dee da ba ba. We could make. I thought I heard something. We could make something like going up, but it's fine. Let's see. I wanted to make a pot, but I don't have water. I don't have water. I can't remember where Kobe is at. This might be someone's space. Or this is just probably generated. I think Kobe's might be somewhere. Well, the water is over here, so I think I need to make a bit of a long journey just for the water. Yes, Kobe. Everyone follow Kobe. Let me look up Val's name. Because Val is the main person who made the server, so we need to shout her out. They're gonna watch Repo? I didn't realize they were gonna watch Repo. When is this? Tonight? Well, yes, tonight. Well, but are they gonna watch Phantom first? Damn. I kind of wanted to see Koki's reaction to Revo because we all told her about it. It's already started. Damn. Well, let me know how it goes. I'm a little sad, but that's fine. I want to know like her thoughts about it after. I know, I love Repo. We should do like our own little Repo session. I'm gonna look up Val so I can. What the fuck? Why can't I find her? What? From. Oh my god! I meant that she hates musical, but she only described like one. I know! She has always said she's hated musicals, and I've always been like, but Koki, there's so many good musical out there. You should really check them out. And she's just. Hey man, I mean, I guess if she hates it. Sorry, I'm like trying to look up Val's name because I don't want to misspell it. She doesn't have her Twitch in her bio. Hello, girly pop. What the hell? Oh, I need to keep either one music or the other. I love musicals, but I never tell people about that. What? Where? I think she doesn't use Blue Sky. I think this is the issue. Valentina. Yeah, because it's. Let me see. Twitch.tv. Valentina Blood Moon. Valentina Blood Moon. Is it Valentina Moon? No, it's not Valentina Moon. Girl. Let's go on Twitter. Why can't I find her? The fuck? What the fuck? I can't. What? But is friends with Rummy? I know it. Like when I first heard her say she didn't like musicals for shit, I was just like, I was like really surprised. I'm like, how do you not like? How do you not like musicals? Like it. I genuinely like think there's at least one musical out there that you would like. Like even if like, I'm gonna shout her out. She's the one that started the server, So if you guys want to like follow her, she's super cool. Um, she's really good friends with Kobe and a lot of other friends. Definitely recommend like watching her. She does really cool music. She just chill. Oh, so there's a grass patch, and I hate that. I hate that. Why can't I fill this in? Why? What the fuck? I can't fill it in! Okay. Don't freak out. Don't freak out. We're gonna just... What? It didn't... What? It didn't do it. Okay. Okay. I'm really scared. But I need to make torches first. I need to make a mega torch. I can't make a mega torch though. Upgrade the torch. Ooh, I have iron nuggets. But would that work? Reinforced torch. Framed torch. Mage light. Gold nugget. Source gem. Okay, source gem block. Okay, source gem gem. Okay, where the fuck do I make this? Is there a flashlight? Okay. No. No, they're like, you gotta figure that out yourself. Okay. Light blue banner. There's like nothing you can. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna make my own torch normally. I guess we're just gonna figure it out. Yeah, that's fine. I fucking love generic opera though. Generic opera. Hey Bear, how you doing? No fighting in the chat, or you're all going to jail. Or we'll put you in baby jail. Oh, there's a zombie right there. Do you like to have fun, zombie? What if you burned? Brains. Brains. Hold on. I think if I go that way. Yeah, that way. I don't like that noise. I don't like that sound. I need to go away before something tries to kill me now. I don't know if you guys heard that, but I don't care. It's a fucking cheetah. What? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck is that? What the fuck do you mean there's a fucking lion with a goddamn scorpion tail? Oh, hell no. I just want water. I just want water. Please. Please, I just want water. Oh, I don't like that. What is that? Vexing. Oh no. I need to get water. I need to make sure there's nothing around me. Water and then some clay. If you want, I don't care. I need to survive. What I need to do is find some channels. Oh, there's water here. Okay. Bamboo jungle. Bamboo kind of seems like would be okay to get for like certain things. I just wanted water, so this is good. Oh, pescaditos. Whoa. Oh, piranha! Piranha! Sorry. I saw a piranha, I was like, haha, no, absolutely not. I just sort of just jumped in there, and I was thinking about it too. I was like, huh, I wonder if there's piranhas here. Oh, there is piranhas. That's good to know. Just, I'm not gonna... So how are you doing, Bear? I hope you're having a good Friday. I will say, I think I've only been to like an opera show once when I was a kid. Um, it was literally like we went to watch Phantom of the Opera. I don't remember why, but oh, copper. Okay, I need the copper. We need to like hurry up, and because it's gonna get dark. I just needed to get some coal. So this is a good section here for mining. We need to hurry up first because there's a fucking scorpion lion. I don't know what the word for it is. I think it could be a like, we're gonna just come back here for like mineral. I think temporary here for like ore. Waypoints. Haha. Find bloodhounds. So, where did I come from? I think I just came from up here. We need to hurry up. Just because I want to avoid that monster. Val just like dropped me in. She was like, "Good luck, girly. Bye." I was like, "Oh yeah, yeah." Almond fruit. Okay, as long as I can avoid that monster. Mango. My heart is like beating crazy. I think we should be fine. Okay. I don't know why I'm scared, but oh my god. I need to make like a path to like different areas if I do go on. On booth for your skin tone. Oh! When did I say that? Booth for your skin tone? Do you mean like, oh, pit crew? Or I don't remember what I was talking about. If it was just booth. Oh wait, when Callie was talking about having like models and stuff, yeah. I have the issue where booth doesn't really have like a lot of different variety of like skin tones, and so for me, it's a big problem because I mean, I don't, I don't think a lot of places have certain things I like, certain skin colors that would be like most darker skinned people would have. I know I said that weird, but I mean it's whatever. I don't really care too much these days, just because I can like do inferium essence. That is very much a magical item. Also, there's fish. I'm gonna cook that shit up. We're gonna cook that shit up. There's food. I'm still holding on to that. I don't know why, but we are. A lot of people don't like musicals only because they've seen like one musical and it was like like maybe only a tiny bit annoying and they were just like don't like it. And I kind of find that funny because I mean I don't think we need to cook that right now because I mean it's just like I don't know, it just doesn't. I feel like you just need to find a musical you enjoy and you will enjoy it. I think there's just one musical people will dislike if you're a musical lover. There's always just one, and I've always found like I'm very picky with the type of music I enjoy, and I need to really be like, okay, I like this, I don't like this, because then friends are just gonna be like, oh, you like that? Okay, here's this, and it's just one of the things that I don't like. And I think there was one I didn't like, but I can't remember what it was. I think I like more like haunting type of musicals. Um, I keep saying that one Cyclone musical, but I haven't watched the whole thing, so I have to go watch it. But generic like Repo Generic Opera is like a good haunting, like I guess it's like horror in a way. Is it? I don't know. But it's a good musical either way. Repo is a good one. The Cyclone is a very good one if you just like the idea of like I don't know, like it's just a scary subject because it's just about like these kids that passed away riding the cyclone and the the fucking what's it called? Oh, stretching, sorry. It's just a good one. I like the music, like I've heard some of the music, so I've been wanting to watch the whole thing. Um Eventually I'll do it. If like gets to a point, I will do it. I will like watch it, but I need to just sit down and watch a lot of stuff. Either way. I wonder if I could just yeah. I think I want to like make teeth here. Or just make like I wanna like have a fucking airplane or some shit soon and then I'm just there like flying and be able to look at everything so I can build it better. Cause Val just she has a good idea of how to make certain things. Also, let's put this in here. I wanted to make a pot, didn't I? I think where is it? I know I saw it. There you go. Oh, I need fucking clay, that's why. Fuck. I'm gonna have to just look for clay. Does terracotta come from clay? We can check and see. We can just do some clay. It sucks because I'm just like a fucking scaredy cat. But let's look at fences and see if I can just make some cute fences. Apparently I can't. I can't. Trumpet fence. Interesting. Oh, okay. It's because I was all the way at the end. Ugh. I guess I should put the music up. Modern Blackstone. I'm trying to think of like what's a good fence to go with these steps. I don't like the way they made like the colors here, but I mean they're nice accents. But I kind of wish it mixed a little bit. Maybe I might replace them. I don't know. It kind of just depends on how I feel. But I want to make like some proper like steps here and some fences here so people don't fall down that easily. Cherry hedge. I was also considering like there is a skeleton head. Like this is a whole head. So I want to make like the mouth area open so that like I can go down if I do use like a flying thing. I'm just trying to see like if I should just get like more bone or if I should just make it out of like cobblestone. I could make some iron cheval de fruits. I don't know how to say that, but it sounds cool. A redstone. Wooden would be fine. So we could just make some log. Like we could chop a bunch of the logs. I have some trees, so I was thinking of putting up. Where is it? Okay, we have a bunch of trees. Mahogany. Some mahogany. Some mahogany. I did want to see if I can climb up here. I think I did make this. Ah! But I'm trying to see if I want to put like a willow sapling up here. Val said she gave me this one, so I think it would be cute. I think I'll clear this up a little bit here. To have like a willow sapling up here. Ooh! And then I'll have my willow, my green one here. Oh. So? Coal? Coal. Hello. Ah! Oh, look at that. The sky. Whoa. I might know them, but I need to say... I need to see. Okay, we can put that out there. What was that? Oh! Nope. You can eat shit! I need to find a fucking bed. Is what I need to fucking find. Oh, there you go. I'm kind of protected here, but I mean, it is kind of scary. I need to make a bed is what I need to make. Bitch, where are you coming from? You can't hurt me. I'm invincible. I say that and then it's gonna try to kill me. I don't have any wool. Can I make wool different ways? Might die. I'm just gonna have to like look for some wool the old-fashioned way. What time is it? Damn it. I thought I could make a cooking pot right away, but apparently not. Brick. Mana infusion. Smelting. Sag mill. Alloy smelting. I could use alloy smelter. Black of alloy. Ow. Alloy smelter. So, this. Oh god. Void chases. Grains of infinity. Okay, so we need to do a lot of like essence type of. I could make this bottom area more like just like more storage and then grass, while I make the top area here my like living quarters, and then the top of it is like could be other things. I don't know what. Fuck you, you fucking birds and the demon birds in the sky, I guess, whatever. They're trying to kill me. I don't want this. I hate this. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck you guys. I got my knife. Can't do shit to me. Let's see. I was doing like agriculture, but you need like a base for it. Ooh. Where are you bitches dying? Haha. Love that for you. Are you not gonna die? Wow. How's that feeling, huh? Oh fuck. It's just like trying to get me. Did you leave anything for me? No. Nothing was left. That sucks. Okay. Let's go. I guess I'm just gonna get a lot of wood right now. Bitch. What? Just kept hitting me. Yeah, I think I need to get a lot of wood. Which is fine. I'm gonna plant some trees around. Vexing. This is a dark oak. Mostly because I really want dark oaks. We can put these around. I don't know what they do, but they might be evil, which is fine with me. Ah! Okay, so I guess It didn't blow me up because I just straight up went. I just jumped. I think the armor helped me a lot though. Okay, I need to clear some stuff out. Shit. Oh. I do want to clear this out just specifically. Oh my god, I think it poisoned me. I need to go up. Look away. Look away, everyone. You're gonna get dizzy. What the fuck was that? Bro, there's demons out here. I'm gonna have to make like a fence. I really need to make. Okay. Okay, we need to stop shitting around. We need to get a bunch of wood and make fences because we're gonna start dying if we don't. Oh wait, I forgot I need to. Damn, Val, you should have told me there was like some crazy ass monsters around here. Am I still dizzy? Or is that just a fucking... I guess. Okay. Wait. Oh. Oh, okay, so... Oh my god! Where did you come from? I need to be careful. There's definitely like some possible like evil monsters are gonna spawn. It was a scorpion. It wasn't a spider. So I need to like fence up the area a bit better. I want to make like really cool like spiky fences though, just for the monsters, and then make traps around so that they fall in. So I might have to make it bigger. I'm just gonna try to like empty this area so that it looks a little bit nicer. But I also want to make like a botanical thing here. So the one thing is, if you start putting a bunch of these like magical botania flowers, they start like growing more. So that's why you see more of them growing. Oh. Ooh. These might be evil, but it's fine. We can like make a fence and just start so I don't know. It kind of maybe I'll just chop all of these down and then see how it goes. Cause there's a lot of them around, might as well just start chopping them. Bitch, this is scary. What the fuck? I wonder if they have one of those lights that are like for big areas, so we might need to see if we can make one soon. What is that? What is that? I think that's like a It's a baby. Okay, we'll keep you in there. I don't want to bother you. I'm guessing this is like... Oh, okay. I'm trying to see if there's like watermelon like things, but I guess not. Okay. Okay, did I get more flowers? We got more trees. We don't really need them right now though. I'm gonna do one more and then we're good. We're gonna start just making a bunch of fences. I'm gonna make it like around here. Like this. And then I'm gonna make like deep like holes or like fucking what's it called, a moat? Is it called a moat? I don't know what the word for it is. Also, I'm gonna see if I dropped any wood around here. I don't think I did. That'll pretty much help with like getting specific type of backpack that gets everything. So we should be okay. I'm gonna make some stairs and some fences. First I'm gonna make fences though, but we're gonna make some fences for the outside. Wow. It's only been an hour. So at 2 hours I think I'm gonna take a break. Also, I wanted to hear some music. We wanted to make the fucking cooking pot, but we have food, so let's just get some fences done. What do you guys think? Should we go for like a normal fence? Because we're still gonna get the we're still gonna do a wood one. Oh, look at that. It's like interesting. It's like there's railing, but you need like iron bars and deep slate. So I can't really make any deep slate right now. Not the Cali pits. Cali pits. Just gonna throw y'all in there. Cherry wired. So I think I'm gonna make, I don't know, yeah, iron bars. I'm gonna make like some wired fences, and there's that weird one I saw. We can do spruce or like whatever type of wood we have. Let me sit a little bit more comfortably. Oh, ow. I'm like hunching a little bit with my fucking sorry, I'm moving the mic. Oh, I'm sorry. Where is that one fence I saw? This one. Okay, so I want to make some of these, so we're gonna bookmark that. I want to make some wire ones, so we're gonna do that. I don't think I have cherry, but we have some dark wood. Crimson. What? Crimson. What was the fucking wood I just got? It's fine, we have jungle wood. So let's just do some jungle wood. You know what? It's always surprising to see so many people in chat. You guys are really cool. I don't know. I feel like a dork. And I just always laugh because there's so many people in chat. I get nervous. I don't know. But at the same time, I think I have been getting better. So I don't feel as nervous as I used to be. Oh my god, my fucking ass hurts though. I might have to stretch. A cave chitin. Moquichus. The fuck is that? I'm just gonna put you in a random area. I think this is wood. So we're just gonna put the stairs there. Mahogany. We're gonna put the wood in here for now. Oh, not that. Yeah. Okay. Nah, you're cooler. You're cool. I'm not cool. No, we don't need that. So I'm just gonna put some coarse dirt. Should not be in there. That should be there. So we just need to just use that. And then actually we can put all the iron in there. Also raw copper. What? Oh, I'm dumb. Hold on. Let's just put some copper in there and charcoal. Because I need to get some raw copper. Yes, let's put some in there. We don't really need that. Also the fucking vexing. I don't know if it's gonna do much of anything, but we're gonna see. Oh, my mic went down. I need to... Okay. What was I doing? This. So let's just do 1 iron bar and see how many we can make. Okay. So we made 3. So we can... I'll just do 9. And then every other one is gonna be a wire fence. Not the wire fence, the fucking wooden ones. Bounce grid, clear grid, rotate grid. We can do more wooden one and just have them there. Can we do bamboos? Can we do spikes? Ooh, what is that? I just want to do like bamboo spikes. Ooh, can I do that? I think I have some bamboo. Oh, but I don't have a lot. I thought I had more. Oh, there it is. Let's do some slabs. Jungle log. I don't know. I'm gonna put these in like a pit. Let's do some bamboo spikes. Can I do a bunch? Okay, so I'm gonna need more bamboo. So I'm gonna look for more bamboo. That's so cool. You can just make this type of shit. Can you do poison? Okay. So once we like learn how to do a bunch of more shit, we can do like... Oh, this blood magic. You straight up need like... you need like actual blood magic shit to be able to do this shit. That's so fucking funny. Rotten flesh. We don't need that. That's meant for here. Okay. Well, this is more seeds. This is more armor. This is more food. We could just put dirt here temporarily. Let's leave iron bars here. Fence. We can do more iron ones. Jungle wire fence. We can. Yeah, we can do more. Let's go for... I just need more logs. Can I use this? Hold on. Small sleepy beans followed. Honk. How are you? Thank you so much for following. Oh my goodness. How are you doing? I hope you're having a good Friday. Let's see. What is that noise? Oh, okay, it's just the fucking game. It's gonna it scared the fuck out of me, man. Oh my god. Can I do okay, so we don't need doing good? Oh, okay. That's good. Let's see. I think we can I mean, we can just do some normal sticks. Yes. Purple. Okay. Okay. I like the way the everything works with that. Let's do... It's not gonna look that great, but I think it'll look cool. So let's do torches. Bamboo. Okay, the music scared the fuck out of me, so we're going back to... Oh, excuse me. We can leave bamboo up here. So what I'm gonna do is place the fences down on the bottom. And then what I'm gonna do, I need to make sure that there's no fuckers that are going to try to fucking kill me. So we're gonna just chill here for a second. I want to make like an area here that like it's all just sun. So like the shaded area here is gonna be like my protected area, but then the rest of it is gonna be like just straight up sun. Yeah, hey Hurricane Harvey, I hope you're having a good Friday. Yeah, we crafting up in this bitch. I'm gonna make like a little like close up fence. Nope, nope. What you want? Huh? What you want? Damn it, it like straight up was like, fuck. I do need to like properly make some stuff here. Because Val just started putting everything everywhere because it was so scary. It was just like straight up like horrifying when we got here. So she just had to be like, yeah, you just need to start building. And it made me laugh because we were like fighting for our lives for a second. So what I need to do is just, I'm gonna like build around it. Okay. It might look ugly, but it's fine. The fuck? It sounded like some stuff. Okay. This looks similar to like a place I used to have, not on Minecraft, not on here, but Minecraft. And I built like under a huge tree, and it was really funny because I was just like I kept building around it. But it was just so entertaining, like having to build around it. Okay, so I can't jump. She just like scattered everything around because she was freaking out. She was like, "Oh my god," because it's really scary when you're trying to like build around this jungle area. I already know how scary it is, and so I was like, haha, I need somewhere safe. Oh. Oh. I don't have any more fences. Trying to make more. I need to make either way some fence gates. I wonder if they have elevators, because if we have elevators, we can like go up and down like easily. Okay, brain. Work for a second, brain. Okay. So okay, we don't have any more here. We don't need to pick, so the next step will be to I'm just gonna make like a whole area to cover. I don't like the way this kind of looks, so so we're just gonna have to like figure that out. So I need to get like a diamond pickaxe or something. Oh, I forgot to make a fucking normal fence. What the hell, Cuernos? It's gonna look so insane, but you have to do that temporarily, and I'll make it better as time goes on. She said to make it 3 feet tall, so I think I will aim to do that. What the fuck? Hello? Okay. I don't like the way I just did that. I think maybe 2 feet, I mean two fences tall would be fine for now. Oh, considering it's like hard to go up here. It might also be dangerous if I stay here a little bit longer, so I need to just take whatever precaution I can. It should be fine though. Yeah. Okay, I don't like that. I don't like that very much. Ow! Okay. Maybe I could take some away. That's fine. We're just gonna make a little bit more fences so we don't die out here. I don't know why, like, this area here is like a very dark purple type of wood, and then this structure is just like oak wood. Like, why can't you use the same wood? That's making me go crazy a little bit. I could empty it, but I could destroy all the wood here and just put the same kind of wood, but I don't think I'm that insane to do that. Also, my music ran out, so we need to put up another music. Let's do ultra masculine white girl playlist like we usually do. But let's do a stack. Uh, it's a lot of like. I'm not the one who like set this up. So let me see if I can. Okay, here it is. So it's like, I don't know if you want to look at all that, but it's like this is all the mods. But the mod pack was made by my friend Val. But Tanya, you can see how it has like a lot of like just the typical type of mods. I thought I could probably like stream with my model, but apparently it just died. It killed my fucking mic, so I can't even stream with it. You see that shit? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. No spiders. Patchouli. Interesting. There's like so many mods. I don't even know what the fuck she put in here. Like half of them are. Song anyway. Okay. Yeah. Should we make it a little bit higher? I think we should. She did say to just keep making it higher, so I guess I'm gonna leave it like this, and then we're gonna build up. It does also match my aesthetic, so it does fit a bit. I think I just need to remove the green wood one day. I hate that wood. I fucking hate it. I just don't like it. It's about in the USA. I think the fish mod wasn't working earlier. That's also why it was like pooping on me. Don't know what mod it was because I don't even play like fishing that much. No, it fell out. Damn it all. We're gonna have to. Fuck me, man. Why do I keep doing this to myself? Yeah. I don't think we need that. It's fine. I want these bastards to stop trying to kill me when I just go down here. Oh, I'm at the top, so I got. Oh, 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 I got. Everybody, know we can read my poker face. Am I making it bigger? That's fine. We're just gonna keep making it bigger. Everybody, my poker face, my poker face. My poker face, my poker face. I might run out movies. Oh, 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 oh. Show what I got. Okay, I think this is fine. And then outside, we're just gonna start making like a big moat. Right now, I'm not gonna do it, but we can do like a little tiny water area. I just need more. I need to do another bucket, I think. I can't read my, no one can read in my poker face. No. Oh no, it does have a lot of scary monsters. So if you go out here, there are a lot of scary monsters. I have seen a few. I don't know if you saw, but it was like a scorpion monster. It actually is scary. I'm just a big fucking scaredy cat. It's scary to me. I did try a horror pack once and I just immediately shit myself and I ran into the darkness and ran upstairs. And upstairs. Ran into like some fucking like I ran on top of the trees and like I buried myself in the fucking trees and I just didn't go back. Like it was so scary to me because monsters were just everywhere and it was just like I was by myself, so it was very scary. But that's just me, cause that's just what I be doing. She don't know nobody. No, we can read in my poker face. No, we can read in my poker face. We can make this, but I think that would be a waste of materials. Birch curb, so we can do a. So it's like 2. Okay. Oh, what? Did I not do it right? Oh. Oh, the stem? What the hell's a stem? Oh, apparently I need to have fucking. Okay, I need normal as dark wood just to be able to make the shit that I want to make. Okay, fuck me, I guess. Nope. You need to get. Okay. Okay. Can I do a dark wood though? Yes. Yeah. So we can do a dark wood carve. So I'm gonna make one there, like 2. Well, let's see if we can even put it down. Yeah. Yeah, everything is a horror pack to me. I will say ooh. Oh, I fucked that. Oh my god, you see that? Oh, what is that? What is that? Um, I think we're gonna just go back up, and we'll figure it out in the morning. I'm not about to like mess with them things. The fuck am I gonna do? What the hell? Yeah, there was okay. So I saw a skeleton. Um, it was a lion scorpion. I think it might have been a manticore, and then I saw a scorpion, like a big ass scorpion. It was horrifying. I just straight up was like, I don't know what the fuck to do. What am I gonna do here? And the scorpion one, like I beat its ass. I straight up just saw it start screaming and just started beating its ass. I was like, absolutely the fuck no. I was like, no, hell no. Um, but yeah, I beat its ass. That's all we need to know. um, I need to get another bucket. I also need to look for more water. So, what time is it? 15:48:9. Do y'all know how to read 24-hour clocks? Cause I can't. I don't know how to do that. Do y'all know how to do that? Okay, maybe we can just run straight across here. Cause it feels like when I ran across here, it was like danger. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Give me more. I think the distance over here is okay. I think if we make a bit of an opening too, so that we're not like stressed the fuck out when we're trying to go down. So we can get infinite water supply. But first I'm gonna make some like we can make some like gravel, like flooring to like make like a path. Let me see. Can we make like excavator? Oh my god. I can't build that though. I can't build that though. I need a fucking furnace and everything. I need to get a bunch of clay. That's the issue here. I need a shit ton of clay. So I can just start building stuff. The fuck? path. Okay, wait. So that's 3:49. Okay, 3:49 a.m. in the game then. Backstone. Blackstone. Oh, Blackstone I think is just what you find in the wild, huh? If we get some cool stones, we can probably put it on the floor. I would like some blackstone for me to just make as a flooring, but I don't have that. You know what's really odd? I just feel very odd, like, being able to play Minecraft with, like, so many more people, because I think the last time I played, like, I didn't talk to a lot of people previously, and so it was just like me and my one or two friends, and you would just see me just yap so much about Minecraft, because I mean I know the way all of this works. I just know Minecraft a bit, like modern Minecraft. I'm not like an expert. I just like to have fun and play these mods. But it's nice. It's nice to have like others who actually want to play or know how to play, like modern Minecraft and all that. Oh my god, I thought I almost fell. My heart stopped for a second. I didn't stop doing that. I just do that because I like to see what's under. Okay. Let's book it. Let's start building. Oh, we're gonna put the fence. Well, we're gonna put the gate first. We don't need the axe right now. So I'm gonna make like a gate. Can I just like... Shit, we do need the axe. Eat shit! Fuck you. Wait, I can just... Go in the fucking sun, bitch. Go in the sun. Go in the fucking sun. Oh, wait. Can I just... Oh, I don't like that. Man, I thought this was gonna be a good plan. I was like, yeah, let's go. No. I guess it's fine. Oh my god, look at how cute that is. We still gotta run and get the fucking stuff, but it looks very cute. We can like get rid of these because I don't think these are gonna grow with the amount of space it has. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, Legion. Did you guys have a good rest? Oh, we don't need that. We do, however, want the flowers. Yes. Bam, 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 bam. So we need is water. Bam, 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 bam. So if I just book it straight, just get water. We're gonna avoid the monsters. It's a kitty. Okay, I'll come back for you, baby girl. We're gonna go run straight to get water. There's like an enemy over there, but I wonder what it is. I don't like how there's so much grass. We need to make like a path. Oh yeah, you're gonna watch Repo with everyone? Hope you have fun. Let me see. Can I get some terracotta? I want to see if it gives me like anything. I don't think it will. Actually, I need to get more water. I mean, I need to see if there's any clay. Because if there's any clay, we can get it right now. Oh, hell no. There's something over there. Oh my god, the fucking goat scared me. Scared the shit out of me, goat! Wild rice. Hi, Nocti. Did you have fun or are you having fun? Is this sand? Well, I guess it's salt. We can use salt. But we need clay. So I wonder if I can get some clay. See if we can find some clay really quick. Did I get it? I want to get fish. Oh! Fucking water. I'm trying to look for some clay. Oh my god, you end up like dying faster here. Oh wait, I need this. I need to eat some fish. I need to get raw fish. Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. What is this? Is this someone's house? Or is this like a bad structure? I think someone already went through here. Ooh, whose place is this? Ooh, I think this might be... Val was saying it was someone. But I don't remember what she said whose it was. I'm not gonna like steal anything from here, I just wanna see. Look at how cute it is. Nocti, this is like your place right here. Like especially the little fucking this building here. That one is like more your style. Look at that. Whoa. That's like a very dragoness type. Yeah, they're so fucking pretty, man. Come here! Come here! Oh, I need to get some fucking sand. I need a lot of sand, but there's only like salt blocks here. Yeah, there's only salt. It could be that the person that was here really grabbed all the clay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like... What is that? Is it a fucking snake? I'm good. I'm good. We don't need to do that. We're good. We're good, babes. I don't need to go over there. Got it. I don't wanna do that anymore. Bitch, where is the fucking clay? Did you eat them all? Did you get them all? Oh, are these piranhas? No, they're minnow. Cute. But not what I want. Oh, is that salt? I mean salt. Sand. I need sand too. I need to get like underwater. No. Bitch, where the fuck is the clay? Is this all just salt? Oh my god, I think this is clay. Babes, we found it. Suckers. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I need to start saying suckers more, but I'm just kind of like, fuck it up. Is this salt? Bitch, I'm gonna kill someone. What the fuck you mean? What is that? Okay, it's still 7 a.m. in the fucking bitch. I don't want no fucking. Well, I'm gonna deep dive. Living in a prayer. Ah! Damn, this shit is not forgiving whatsoever. Okay, we're gonna have to come back. Chanel, you better go get me some goddamn sand or something with that kind of attitude. The hell? You better give me some. There's fucking salt. Where the fuck is clay? Is it just salt? I'm just gonna come back to this. This is not worth it. Besides, I need to like hurry back up and just start making a moat. Is it called a moat? I'm sorry. I am not good with English sometimes at the best times. The best of times. I need to look for my structure. Okay. There's something over there, so I need to avoid that. Giving me some good advice. Okay. Okay, boy. Over here being sassy with me. Oh, I should not be using that. Be my bad boy. Will that kill me? I don't think I want to find out right now, so we're good. Be my bad boy, be my bad boy, be my boy. Actually, what the fuck is that? Hold on. You have a fucking bagpipe? What type of shit? Hold on. Hold on, we need to get that from him. I need that bagpipe, boy. Did you drop it? Oh, you didn't drop it, you whore. Okay, I need to go before these things try to kill me. I didn't get a fucking bagpipe. That was so disrespectful. He just started playing that shit. Y'all saw that? Y'all saw that? Let me see that. Get it? I did not get that bagpipe either. He was like, what's that one meme with the girl who's like, is the boy? Well, I think the boy who's like just like doing. I think it's a trombone. He's like burp, 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 at his friend, and he's just being so fucking obnoxious. That was what that man was doing. Cause what the hell was that? No, he did not. I was so disappointed. I was so sad. That was so fucking sad. What the fuck you mean you didn't give me a bagpipe? Trumpet meme, yeah, that one was so fucking good. Damn. Hey, can y'all put exclamation mark clip? That was so fucking good. I'll clip it later. Like I'll fix it later, but that was so good, man. God damn, this shit was fucking funny. Oh, I did not think about that. Oh, I was trying to just. Oh, okay. We're just gonna put you back down. Oh my god, thank you. Hello, Rednecks. How are you? I hope you're having a good Friday. That was so fucking good, though. That shit. Oh man, I love that. I think we could just do like a fucking dirt. We can do sand. I don't think we can do much else with. Oh my god, I have like a huge pimple and it hurts. Do I have sand in here? We can do like a cobblestone. One of the most simple things you can do in Minecraft. No, you have to make it bigger, huh? Oh. How is 1, 2, 3? Is it? Oh, so do you just need like this? Oh, there you go. So we don't need this bucket now. I just want to have like infinite supply of it. Ooh, you see the way this like water is? It's so pretty. I'm gonna have to like make a cute little like area here too. Like that. We're just gonna make it cute. Decent enough that it's just gonna be here temporarily. Yeah, I'm doing good. Let me stretch my hand. What was I gonna do? Do y'all remember? Oh, well, we got water. That was like one of the main goals. Scratched it off. Um, we still don't fucking have like some cool fucking stuff. So maybe we need to go get like. Well, first of all, copper's fine. Run them pipe boy. You know what? You got a good clip, Legion. That's fucking funny. That shit was scary though. Like I was just like, what the fuck? Is somebody playing with me? Cause my friend Covey was like getting like pranked by one of her friends. And she was just there like, what is that noise? And I'm like, why is there a bagpipe? Can I make a bagpipe? Oh my god. Can I make a bagpipe? I need a fucking flute. Oh my god, I can make a flute. I can make fucking flutes. I have a bunch of bones. Hold on. Oh, is there one up in the fucking tree? There shouldn't be any up there. Unless it's like... Oh, you... Hi, girl. Hi. You can't get me, bitch. GC thinks the daddy's on top. Yeah, that's perfect. Actually, I'm gonna save that. That's so fucking funny. Wait, can I copy that? Oh, wow. Okay. I'm gonna save it. Hold on. I love that. Thank you. Okay, let's go back. Oh my god, I'm like, why is my fucking wrist hurting? Because I forgot to use my pad, my like booba pad. Cali pad. God, I need to replace this pad. I'll replace it eventually. God. I still fucking, I feel so devastated. Every single time I remember I fucked up. What the hell was that? What the fuck? I guess. It was like, congratulations, you have gotten a wild crop. Where the fuck is the wild crop, first of all? Oh, they really come, they're trying to come for me. You cannot get me. I already told you. I think I'm gonna take off the music. Get away from me. Let's put some stuff in here. Sand. I don't need certain things right now. Oh, not that. Bikinis on top. I think I will make another shovel, but it's gonna be like a wooden shovel. Excuse me. I am burpy. Let's just do like 4. Girl, get away from me. You ain't getting nothing from me. Oh, we wanted to make the fucking flutes, huh? Happy to the beat of the drums. What a shame that you came here with someone. I'm here in my arms. I don't think I have a lot of leather. I need to get like some leather. Yeah. There is some boars. So I wonder I can put the copper in here. If I can get like we're gonna have to kill some boars. Wonderful. I don't want to go down there yet because the fucking monsters, the night creepers are trying to get me. The night phantoms. I think that's what they're called, right? Phantoms. It's a bit. Hurry up, you know. The show. Looking for some moment of mine. Think about I'll show you the line. Look inside the sun of life. We dancing, take the heartbeat to the beat of the drums. Shame that you came here with someone. So while you're here in my arms. Oh, something nice. Fuck you, bitch! Did you die? Shove just died. Okay. Oh wait, where are you? Did you Shove just die when I got up here? I keep forgetting. Oh. Whoa. Did hers? Oh, hers didn't grow yet, so I need to move it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I need to put it more lower, I think. Oh, this is a good place. Oh, don't do that. Okay. I think it should, like, sprout now. Shame that you came here with someone. The one you hear in my arms. The most night like you don't die young. Oh, we can just make this a little bit better. Oh, well. Let's just make proper like lights. Okay. Oh, so we can just click here and then go switch from the. That makes a lot of sense now. I didn't really look into what Val was doing for me. Oh my god, look at that shit. Joshua, you wanna see that shit? Eat shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. You see that shit? That was so cool though. Hi. Oh, that was so scary though. That's why she said to like nah. She said to like you have to fucking I need like arrows is what I need. Ha bitch. I wonder if they're gonna try to like climb up. Where are you? I can't see you. The fuck? Fuck you. This is why I need a moat. You see this shit? This is why I need a moat. Oh my god. Oh my god. You saw that? Oh my god. Girl, I need to kill you. I don't know how to kill you, but we can see. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Ooh. Fuck yeah. That's what I'm saying! What did I say, bro? I told you. I told you. Okay, so I'm gonna make first the moat, but I'm gonna make like a little bridge here. So it's gonna be like, I think I'm gonna make it like 3 deep. Yeah, I'm gonna make it like 3 deep. 1, 2, 3. Just so that like they are not gonna fucking try to kill me immediately. Okay, I need to use my wooden one. I don't really care if it's wooden, I just need something quick enough. I'll just fill it in like as I go. Told you. Told you. And this is so fucking funny to me though, because you see that like the way the monsters just come at you, it's so fucking good, bro. I need a fucking moat. I need something. These bitches are gonna eat me alive, and not the kind I want to be eaten. Let's see. We can remove that. Oh. Okay. We can put some. One less power hatchet. One less power hatchet. I got one power hatchet. I think we can keep digging deep here. Oh. I need to go fast though. You should clip that. That's fucking funny, man. God damn. That shit's horrifying. You see that? Damn, that's so fucking funny though. I think I'm gonna make like some steps here so that like it'll be easier for me. Or we can make like a bridge. Do you guys think a bridge is better? I think a bridge would be better. Do you think this is deep enough or should I go deeper? Val's gonna be like, what the fuck happened here? And be like, haha, monsters happened. And now I want to deal with them. I think this is 1, 2, 3, yes. Yeah, that's fine. Oh my god, my back. I'm like not sitting properly. Oh my god, I really need to sit properly. I'm just like freaking myself out. Ah! Fuck. I'm trying to move my chair. Okay. Sit properly, Cuerno, so you're not gonna. Your chair's not gonna be good for you if you don't. Oh, okay. I'll see if I need to fill in some holes throughout it, but I think it should be fine like this. Yeah, we're good here. Yeah. You guys think this looks fine? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, we're gonna make like a cute little bridge here. First, I'm just gonna fill it with water. We could put some of these around here. Oh, hold on. If you fall in the water, that's gonna be on you though. Or on the spikes. Fuck! I'm trying to put the fucking... Oh, is it getting dark? Oh, hell no. No me digas que ya está. Okay, I'm gonna get like some more water. Damn, it got dark that fast. Fuck, man. Hold on, let's just put one down here though. Okay. Let's get some water though. No, I'm Mexican. That's so funny. I was like thinking about that too, that a lot of like popular streamers are Puerto Rican, but like it makes sense. I think because I personally think a lot of Puerto Ricans had the chance to really like migrate legally and be able to like assimilate in society in like a more technical way. Puerto Ricans just had it easier, in my opinion. Um, so a lot of them are also a little bit light skinned, so it's easier for them to just, I guess, like be bigger in population and like just, I don't know, in America, like they ended up like living a lot more better. Because for me, I feel as a Mexican, there's not a lot of like Mexican streamers. Oh, sorry, there's not a lot of Mexican streamers. My alarm went off. We're doing something for Thursday? The fuck? Sorry, my mom texted me, or my sister texted me. Um, but I just feel like there's just not a lot of Mexican streamers. And I think it's just because, like, a lot of us, it's maybe, like, harder for us to even, like, be able to stream. I feel like it's also harder I don't know, for me, in my opinion. Behind the safety tapes. In my opinion, because I'm first generation here in America, so I don't think I have much experience with like being able to like live a normal life. You may worship my sister from a safe position, boy. It's okay. I don't. I personally also don't think I'm like that big of a streamer either. To be like anybody that would really be like would like my content. I'm more of an artist, so I don't think I will ever be like a huge streamer in any point of my life. I think I would just be a good artist. People will like. Hopefully, I'm a good artist. People will like. That's my only hope in the future. I don't think I'm really like that. Like, even that good right now. I want to get a lot better though. So, in the future. Can I put. Oh, wait. I wanted to get the water, right? So, let's go get the water. Let's go get the water. Also, I hope that didn't sound too confusing. I think Mexicans just. I want. I really hope in the future we have more opportunities to just be able to like flourish in America. Right now, it's just kind of hard. I feel like, but I also think so much stuff has been happen or has happened that it'll be hard for a lot of us for a while. I'm gonna like remove you, not you, Joshua, but like this. Oh my god, you whore! That was scary. Wait, I can't. I don't think I could like. I can't do it. Apparently, I think I'm just gonna have to like make the water little by little. You know what? That's a good reason, Zero Lagger, because I sure as hell didn't want to stream for a very long time because my family was fucking loud. I genuinely like when I think maybe a few years ago when I got like my affiliate, and I've had my affiliate God knows I don't even remember how many, but it's been like 8 years from when I saw, and they were always so loud. And that was like 8 years ago, so I'm pretty sure I was like 20 years old and everybody lived in the house. So we all just lived in the house. I mean, luckily my dad purchased a house that was very big for us. Oh my god, there's a witch. So for me it was easier for us. I feel like you whore. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm in a hurry. I'm in a boy. God damn, girl. Damn, she said, fuck you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I need milk. I need some milk. I'm gonna die. Damn, that's crazy. You horrible, evil witch. Damn. Oh, I'm gonna die. Oh, please don't kill me. Oh, okay. Damn, Zero Lagger, you fucking clogged us. Oh my god. Fuck that witch though. That shit was crazy. That's fucking hilarious though. Damn, Izzy, was he wrong though? Cause I'm pretty sure that's the main reason why. That fucking made me laugh. Oh my god. Now I gotta chill here till the fucking witch leaves. That's evil. You see that shit? That was so evil of it. Oh, I think maybe I should make an infinite pool in the bottom, actually. I'm using my brain now. I'm thinking about it too. I'm like, wait, why didn't I just make a pool in the bottom? Also, I should probably put something here so that I don't get... let's make one here. I feel like Jennifer the ring guy. Fuck you guys. Okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, you understand. Bro, that's so fucking funny though. Bro, the way it fucking crawled. Oh, hell no. What the fuck? Okay, I need to chill for a second. Did the zombie just go on the side and just like... What the fuck? Did you see that fucking spider? Oh my god, this is scary. I'm scared. Oh my god, I need to clear out these trees soon so that... Have a good night, Joshua. Thanks for stopping by. See you next time in chat if we see each other. And have a good weekend. The fuck, man? You saw that shit? I'm un potazo. God damn, that was scary. Okay, I'm gonna start. I need to heal, so I'm just gonna wait here for a second. Boom. Damn, how much food do I consume? Yeah, I wanted. Well, the thing is, it didn't have any water there, so you see the way like the spider like came out. It was just because like there was no water yet there. Oh my... Damn, I'm not good at fighting here yet. What the fuck was that? I heard something crazy. None of my business. You fucker turned into a fucking sunken zombie. I need to pronto drown this bitch. You need to go away. Don't worry, y'all. I'm gonna put the fences up right now. Oh, there's like more watermelon here. I think I'm gonna put like every corner 3. Oh, fuck me. Immediately hurts myself. I didn't mean to do that. I was gonna try to do it a little bit more cohesive. Really nice. Actually, I could separate these maybe. Did you just fall in there? Please tell me I didn't fall in there. I'd be really sad. Is it just the one over here? Okay. I was like, what? Please tell me it's not getting destroyed. Okay. I was like, oh, hell no. Oh shit. Oh my god, I think I used them all up. Okay. I thought it was gonna be okay, but it was not okay. So I'm gonna have to make more. That's so fucking funny. I think I'll make like 64, just like to be on the safe side. But I'm gonna fill up with water first, and then I'll start building. I'm gonna, well, actually, let me fill it with water, and then. Ooh, this was not. This was not a thing I thought through. Um, I maybe should have filled it up with water first. Yeah, I'll see what else I can do so it's not as dangerous. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, sometimes I'm smart. Not all the time, though. Fuck, man. Damn, man. I'll be mean. I think I'll do. We done this side, so I think we can do like 3 more stops and it should be fine. Fucking drown. Ooh, I did not make that deep enough. Absolutely the fuck not. You will not be coming back. I think I'm gonna like. Yeah, that's better. I don't want them to be. Okay, that's a little bit better. Let's put some. Let's put some here. I think maybe. Oh, I don't know. I'm still trying to think about it. Oh my god, was where? Yeah, we're gonna try to see if we can like. I want to make like an infinite pool here, but I guess it's not gonna be possible, so I'm just gonna have to like keep making it. I like the way the water looks. I'm just gonna say that again. I feel like I said that before, but let's say that again. We still have like a little bit of way to go. Yeah. I'll try to fill it up more. I'm thinking we're gonna fill it up more here on the sides so that Oh, really? Damn. Oh, did I make it infinite? No. Apparently not. That's fine. When you love, when you love. Ah. When you romance, things are romance. Whoa, you ran over here quick, huh? He was just ready to come over here. God damn. I think for sure I'm gonna like clear it here. I just want there to be like, hello darkness my old friend, I've come to meet you again. I want to dance, dance, dance. Never when you romance being. Oh, 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 oh. Well, I guess we're doing this old school. I just don't want these up here. I knew I should have made more iron axes. Like I said before, I want there to be like a little bit of space here. There you go. Oh shit, it's getting dark already. Let's do one more and then we're gonna head upstairs.
What the fuck is this kid doing?
The voices! The voices! Meme. Oh, you're good. Yeah, we're just gonna do that. And then... do I have any more spikes? No. I'm gonna go back. Before I fuck myself over. Okay. We're gonna make more fences, I think. And, yeah, we're just gonna make more fences. I need to make more traps is what I need to do. But I need to, like, make it specifically and make signs where people would be like, okay, here's a trap. Don't fall into it because this is made for monsters, not for you. So I'm gonna try to make like a path for people to use to get out in and out. Oh my butt. Masmelon. Oh. There's fucking... oh, the bamboo spikes. I forgot about that. Dirt. Interesting. We put dirt somewhere. Just put dirt. Wood here though. But thank you for the hat pat, Izzy. 3-stream streak. Oh, I forgot to do that. We can put these. Ash. Put that in there. No. I still need some hides. But we're gonna make some more of those spikes. Well, not spikes. It was a fence. I like how everybody else were like, oh, we're gonna make some cute, adorable little areas. We're gonna make some buildings. This is my one worry. I told Kobe too. I was like, what if I can't join you guys? And what if I have to fight for my life? And she was like, it's fine, and I'll protect you. And I'm like, Kobe, are you gonna be asleep? I don't think you can do much. And I was thinking about this at work. I was like, Kobe, I think I'm cooked. What's that one meme? Alan, we're so fucked. Is that how it goes? I was just there like, I'm gonna die. Literally, I was at work and I was straight up like, I'm gonna fucking die, man. I am cooked. Most likely cooked. Don't know how much to expect, but I might be cooked. Ah, I can't use this wood. That's fucked up. I can't use the special wood. That's fucked up, man. We're just gonna do like 32. Is it this? Oh, fuck, I don't remember. I fucking forgot. Oh my god. Ooh. I love the music. Oh, I think I need to use oak. Can I use fucking mahogany? No. Oh, man, I used up everything. Oh, damn it, Alan. No. Putting this over here. I think we should have enough. Oh, I think we should have enough. Schneider. I need to start watching it because I watched like 1 or 2 episodes and then I keep seeing clips and I'm like, I need to watch this. I just when there's that kind of humor, I don't know if I should like ever watch it. And I'm always like, oh my god, this is so much. But I think the first episode was it Pim who like became the president. I can't remember if it was the first episode. It was like 1 episode. I might have skipped the season, but I was just there like, what's happening? And I was just there confused, like, oh my god, there's so much going on right now. I don't know how to feel about this. But it was very fun, I will say. But I was like, oh my god. I would have to continue it at some point though. I think I like 3 hour point. I'm gonna take a break. I kind of want to continue until like 11. So another hour, just because I have something to do tomorrow, and I want to like work on some other stuff tonight. You said to like if I should like should I do fencing like that? You might be right. You might be right, Umfi, cuz this might be better than what I was doing earlier. Oh, I think maybe I'll do spikes outside and then we can do chain fences. Especially here. I think that's what I'm doing. Yeah. I think it would be fun though to like continue it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna cover this area. This looks crazy. I should be fine though if I keep it like here. I don't know about like if I should do it all around. Should I do it all around the fence? I'll have to make more chain fence though. I kind of just want to keep it here because I'm like gonna be constantly going up and down here. So I could do it. Like I could do like the spikes outside and then just you know what, I'll do more chains. I think this is 10, so there could be another 10, 30. So I mean let's just do a stack of them. Just to have like leftover. We could put it outside too. The sun's coming up, so I need to hurry up. Fuck me for this. Going up and down stairs, that's great. That's the next task, to make some like staircases. Yeah. $32. That should make a lot. No, I think that's the logs. There should be some growing out. Yeah, okay, so we did make enough. This can be left over, and we can make something else later. So, the wooden one... God, it takes so long just to make these. I don't know why I do. Oh, do I not have enough? Or did I just click on the wrong one? I don't have enough. Crabapple wood. I need to make more sticks. Stick, breaky stick. Fuck. What? What are you doing, Cornos? What the fuck are you doing? Okay. Okay. I'm keeping that there. Q. Can I make a skull merchant? I. um. We shouldn't bully Hill Schneider that much. He's fine. He's fine. Don't bully him too much. Bro's like sweating. He's like, oh shit. I'm just gonna like slowly be filling it up. Yeah. Okay, well. And then that's so fucking funny though. Like everybody else, you know, it's funny though. My friends like they started ahead of time like peaceful mode, and I started non-peaceful mode. It's why I have to do this so that I don't die. And it just makes me laugh because I'm like, well, I mean, I started late. I need to put more of the spikes down here. Damn it. It's gonna break. It's fine. Okay. Okay. It's fine. Okay. I'm gonna make like a cute little bridge too. To at least make this decent. I could make more fence, like another like fence here in the back. But I need to like fill in the areas here. Yeah, one more or two more times. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of laughing when Kobe said that it was like not gonna be peaceful mode after a while, and it just made me laugh. I was like, oh, well, I'm cooked. Oh, I should probably just go the other way. I keep going like in a circle and not realizing that I could just like go back here. That's so fucking funny. Oh, nice. Oh, I wonder if he's another streamer. Oh, that fucked it up. Well, that fucked it up. Okay. Can I use this? That's fine. I'll go get a fucking... Okay, these are the spikes, so we're just gonna like... I love this. This is so fucking funny. I hope Val sees my fucking plays after. She's gonna be like, what the fuck? This is what happens. This is what happens when you leave me alone. You leave me alone to my own devices, I'm gonna start fucking making a goddamn fence so I don't die. You understand? Do you see this shit? It's some psychotic shit right here. Actually not. It's actually really smart. Can this like go over? I want to see if it... Oh, it does. Okay, well this doesn't need to be here. I'm gonna make like a cute little fence here. Oh, there goes that. Where did my fence go? Okay, I think I left it. Can I not? Okay. Oh, well, that's for the bugs, I guess. This is gonna hurt me in the future, and I'm just gonna be there crying that I did this to myself. Oh. Oh, there you go. Ah! Damn! That shit hurt! It's fine. Oh, hell yeah, you see this? I love that. That's so fucking wicked. Yeah. Definitely gonna like do it like up here only, I think, though. So it looks cooler. Oh, I don't know about that. Oh. That's why you leave me alone. You left me alone. You're not forgiven. Now I have to fucking make a fortress because I think I'm gonna die. Tell Kobe that. She left me alone to my own devices. Now I have to do this to survive. Probably not gonna bother me. I need to fill that up. Hmm. Oh my god, I love this. Excuse me. I'm like casually putting this up while I'm hearing cute magical girl music. We love to see it. This is what happens. This is what happens. I told you guys. Something was gonna happen if you let me alone, but nobody listened to me. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna have to, like, do it this way. Did you not see the monsters that hurt me, though, Izzy? Them bitches were scary. Also, I named the area after bloodhounds. I want to make like a cool little like bloodhounds sign. No, a deadass when I first came to this place, there was like monsters everywhere, and Val was like, she just ran up and killed all of them. And like, she was like, "Oh, here, you can make a place here," and I was just oh, there's monsters everywhere. Oh, what's going on? I was like, I'm over here shook, traumatized, and she's just like, "Yep, here you go." And I was just there like, what's going on? I'm gonna like put it like this, but I'm gonna make a cute little fence so I don't get hurt doing this. Okay, I think it should be fine now. I love that. What the fuck? Okay, now what else to do? Mine? Make it mine. Oh, I did say 3 hour mark break, so I'm gonna be right back, y'all. I'm gonna like chill up in the sky. Actually, I need to get wool, so maybe after this we can run around and see if there's any wool we can get. Or steel. Maybe. Yeah, it's getting dark. Let's put you over here. Why are you bonking me? I said I was gonna take a break either way. Actually, is there any guns? Is there any turrets? Oh, there is a turret. What if we made turrets? We need a lot of metal, though. We do need a lot of metal. Oh, but we need like fucking... We need like actual technological bullshit just to be able to like make a turret. Air infused turret. We could go down the magic route, but I don't think that would be good. I still want to make that one bagpipe, so I think I'm gonna take a break and then we can see what we can do first. I don't have any fucking... What was that? I'm like paranoid that there's like a monster up here, but I know there's not. There might be a phantom, but we could visit the adventure if you guys want to see how it looks really quick. Oh, they have a bunch of infused seeds. Oh, I do want to get a bed though, so let me get a bed, see if they have anything. No, that's not what I want. That's just Val stuff. Oh! I remember this bed. Okay. I just needed a bed because I was gonna fucking die. Is there another bed here I can just take? Oh my god, what's happening here? Okay, there's no other beds apparently. There is a lot of magical stuff here. Is there? Oh. I'm just gonna take that and I will return it to you back. I don't know about that. Also, this is just like a sharing place, so it should be fine. I'll be back and I'll share whatever I found. Oh, the bee place. Oh, it fucking hurt me. Oh my god. So this is the smeltery. I guess we can use the smeltery if we really want to do stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm just gonna take that. We can make the bagpipe now. I'm just gonna take that. I'll put some back. It's fine. I'll put some back. I'm gonna raid your stuff because you guys left me alone to my own devices. You guys all got to play in peaceful mode while I had to like fucking suffer. So I'm gonna just steal a little bit of stuff. I'm not gonna steal anything like amazing or like anything that will like. I will take some bamboo though because I want to make more traps. Luckily these grow back. Oh, not that. So, oh, they all fell. I think it should be fine though. 15. We'll grow some bamboo outside too. Luckily this should stay growing for a while. I will take this and put one down. And we can make some bamboo traps. Q stealing? No, I'm not. Who said I'm not? Who said I'm stealing? We're going back to our house. I forgot that I had that. Oh, well, that's one way. I just needed to sleep though because of the fucking. I want the bagpipe. If anything, I want the fucking bagpipe. Give me the bagpipe. Give me the fucking bagpipe. Oh, how do I? Hold on. This is the land of our people. Wait, bad apple? This is so fucking funny to me. Wait, should I play? Wait. How about we leave it Halloween? Oh my god. Duh. And I'll go take a break. Can it like okay. Oh my god, I'll be right back. Hold on. I wanted to like fix the fucking audio for you guys at least so you can hear them game. Oh my god, I forgot the fucking audio was like shitting itself. Have you guys not heard the game this whole time and you haven't told me anything? Okay, let's see. What is the game? Hold on. Fuck. Oh, I think I have another one. Okay, now it's working. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. I like ran upstairs. Hold on. Okay. Whew. Let me get the game. I don't know why the game is not showing up. Okay. Oh shit. Okay. My butt still hurts. I tried putting something under, see if that helps, but you know. I'm gonna put your ass in here though. Okay. So I think the next thing is to see if I can forge some stuff. Um sorry I ate some chocolate. I think for sure I want to get like a crossbow or something. But I think I need to get like a forged one. A wire hook. Oh my butt. Oh my butt. Okay, maybe that helps a little bit. Now that I fixed it a little bit. Okay. Enchanter's crossbow. It does interest me to see like what this is specifically. I might have seen this with Val, like her area, but I don't know how further to go about that. What do you guys think? Oh, rat skull. I think I'll see if I can make something over there in the other place, but I need to like make something good. We could make a temporary crossbow. Wood, stick, iron. Wood, stick. Plank. I need string. I know I have string. Yes, exactly two though. Oh wait. But I need arrows. Oh. Can we put both of these in here? Or do I need to get like an anvil? We can probably go. I need to get feathers. The fuck is that? I need flint. I need some flint. Damn. Don't have. I have like some. I have a feather. I have one feather. Well, I guess the best way is to just keep mining right now for stuff. I'm gonna get some like cobblestone. Actually, cobblestone. Let's get some cobblestone like pickaxe. Do I have any cobblestone on me? Don't necessarily need. What? Oh, okay. Just so that I don't have to, like, well. Let's do 3. And let's do one pickaxe. We can make, and then after that when we have more stuff, we will make. No, I'm gonna just mine for a bit and then see if I can like get some good stuff. Wonder if I can taunt the monsters to just come. I don't have any like, I don't have anything here, so I wish I had like a beam. Just pew 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 pew. For now, we mine like the good old-fashioned way of mining. Oh, let's put on some stuff. I think I would just have to make a lot of noise or something. I don't know how you can do that, but it would be fun to get monsters to come so they can die and then I can farm them. I might ask Val how to do that tomorrow. I kind of want to stream for a little bit longer, maybe till 12. I should be okay. Hey man, at least for that one fundraiser we did, I survived so long just because I kept mining. I know, if anything, I have my wits. I wonder if I can find if, like, who has their, like, map up so I can find the rest of the girls and some of the guys. Because it would be beneficial for me. Maybe I should just start strip mining at one point, because I need to find stuff. It doesn't really matter specifically where, I feel. I just need to get somewhere. Like, figure out what's, like, the best way. Wait, there's water here. So if I do dig, like, a little bit over here, I could get some water. Like, just to get here. Well, I don't know why I need the water. I don't really need the water. Should I just keep digging down? I see something over here, though. Oh, lapis. Well, at least we have some lapis. That does help with upgrading weapons and enchanting them. I guess I should just start doing this. Oh, lapis. Gotta call a Nocti. There's some lapis over here. There's gotta be something around here. Oh! Tin ore. Wonderful. Oh, bauxite. I think that's more for like mechanical stuff? Yeah, immersive engineering. I didn't even look at the bottom, I would just guessed it. We could work out an organization or organized system and raid the meteorite that's around us. Because if we do, we could use the technology that it has. Don't be calling on them. I don't think Nocti's around. I think they're still playing their game, no? Dirt. Okay, so nothing interesting. But we have hit dirt. Which is not a good sign. We should probably just look back here. The fuck was that? What the fuck was that? We might have hit like a cavern. About bugs. Ah, okay. Don't call them over. I was just making a joke. It's embarrassing. Was it because the joke's over? Leather. Oh, I need it. I need iron. Oh. Fairy ore. Magical agriculture. Oh, this is good. This is good. We could just, make a system. Oh, this would be fun for like the next, month or so. I probably won't play this a lot, like on stream, just because it's like so much on my computer if I try to stream too. But I mean, if you guys want to watch me do stuff, I could do it for like tournaments or like challenges that the crew's gonna do. The squirrel? I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. That's scary. We're going back to music. At some point we gotta hit something though. I'm so scared actually. Damn though, there's like nothing here. I'm kind of glad Val like dropped me off here though, because a lot of it has like, maybe if I dig just down at where I found all that ore, because I think I found it here, so I could just go straight. I think I got it here. I can't remember if I did though. Oh, there's like, this is old school music. Old school Halloween music. I didn't get to play this music. I was really sad when I didn't get to do like more Halloween stuff. Because I got so busy with work. I wish I did though. I guess not. Copper. I always like getting copper because it's just fun to get copper, and but it turns a different color. Although I don't know what version we're using, so it might not turn a different color like the way it does for modern or current Minecraft. Oh. Tenor. Let's go back up. See if we can go back up. Stay time? Oh god. I think I might need to like extend it over here. God damn. I'm trying to see if there's any more monsters. Cause I did also wanna like I wonder if we can make a big X. Make it like this. I can make some little staircases. I'm just trying to make it like this here separate. There's a monster over there. I want this area cleared up though, so that the monsters don't fucking survive easily. And then like this whole area here. I wonder what monster it is though. There's something over here, but I don't know where. Okay, I'm gonna just head out. I don't want it to kill me. There's no... None of the dark trees are growing. I wonder if I have to make them big. Might need to make them big. Yeah. This worries me though, this kind of like wood. Oh! What? Either way, I'm gonna make some purple flooring and steps, so... Oh shit. So I think it should be fine now. I do want to make some like cute little flooring up here. So I feel if we mine for a while, maybe for the next half hour, and see what we can get. Oh my god, look at all that cobblestone. Okay. I'm gonna dump everything in here though. Just because I want to use it to make some stuff. I don't know about that. We can put you in here. Oh, I don't know why I was carrying that. No. Okay. So... let's do 6. And then... I think it should be fine with this amount. Oh, I finished a water bottle. Find the trash. Oh, let's do a big stretch on the arms. Oh. Get out of bed, Izzy. Drink some water. What did I want the brick for? I wanted it for something and now I can't remember. Usually I can remember. Yeah, but what do we use it for? Oh, a fucking skillet! I wanted a cooking pot. Okay, we can make the cooking pot now. Oh, let's put 1 in here, and then that's why I needed it. I was like, there's something that I need it for, but I can't remember for what. A jar. Great. Yes. Okay. I want to make a skillet. I'm gonna use all my iron and just fucking random stuff that I can just use for cooking. Oh, a skillet. We can use a skillet to fight. Oh! Oh, fuck. Oh, let me put those away. Yay! Yay! Okay, hold on. My arm is hurting. Goddamn. I think it's just because of the way my. Let me see if I can fix it. Oh, the bamboo. We can grow bamboo downstairs. Drink your oiter. Drink your oiter. Passion. What kind of recipes can we make? Whoa, a multi-shot modifier? What is that? I gotta bookmark that. Whoa, look at that. So, we can cook some jungle. How about we use wood on wood? I need to use this, so... I need to make a lot of charcoal. We have a lot of wood. Do I have more? Oh, I didn't realize I had like a freaking swimming mod enchant. I'm not gonna lie, the previous thing that I had here for like my arms worked so much better. I wonder if I can adjust this like that. Okay, I think that works a little bit better. So we can put... Okay. We can't put like a bowl, and I think you use... Yes. Let's make 2. What kind of soup should we make? Let me see. Unusual fish. Vegetable soup. We might have potato soup. Pot. Stock. But how do you make a stock? Pork chop. What happened? You have like extra dirt. Could you drop it off spawn? I'm currently like half line. Oh. I'm like across from you. So if you wanna. What's it called? A waypoint stone. Oh, thank you for the posture. Hi, random. How are you? Oh, yeah. I can share it. Hold on. I'll send it. Hold on. If you go to the forest you can see a big white place. It's south. Let me share the playlist really quick for you. I'll put it in music actually, and then you can give it to Nocti. I like the way it tic-tacs. Let's put some bamboo here. Just because I want to make some more spikes in the future. I didn't put everything back that I took. Okay, let's pick 2 here. Think that I love the noise. Ugh. Hold on, my arm is like... I might need to get my brace soon. What was I gonna do? No, I forgot. The soup. My soup! But, excuse me. I do have some food, but I don't have like vegetables, I don't think. I wonder if I could just put some meat in there. Meat. Meat. I don't have any like full-on meat though. Oh, it ran out. Oh, I need stock. I don't have stock. Dried kelp? Eggs. Oh, it makes ramen. Yeah. I feel like a vegetable. Where is he? Is he on top? Broski! Hold on. Yo. Go up. Sorry, I'm like, I get nervous. Okay, let me see. I need to make stock, but how the fuck do you make stock? Let me make soup. Soup, bitch. The fuck? Turtles! Oh, I need copper. Oh, okay. I need copper. But, oh, okay. I can make that because I have some copper. Oh, yeah. This is, I think, Kobe's side of the friends. So, they're pretty cool. I don't know if this person specifically streams. But I will see. Black pepper. Where do you get black pepper? Peppercorn grinder. So you need andesite and andesite. I think that's like in the wild, huh? Huh. Okay. I can make that. I can make some stock because I have some bones. Oh, don't me bones. Oh, okay. I'll just get like a few. We'll just put you in here. Let me see. Stretch. Ugh. Let me see. A turtle. That's just dark. Oh, actually, I need to take this with me. So I need to take these. And this. You gotta go back. Did I take the pot? Yeah. Permission? Can I do something interesting with the stock? Huh. I just don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to probably find more ingredients. Oh, interesting. I have never seen that before. Olive. Olivia. Olive. What can I use this? Garden soup. I can make a garden soup. Veggie strips. Spice leaf. I don't have any. If we have like onions and bell peppers. Okay, we'll have to like look for more ingredients then. Damn, that sucks. Wait! Oh, we need to look for onions. Whoa. Oh. Can it be fish? Cutting board. Can we make that? I think we can. Mm. Mm. Fuck. Oh, we can make fish jerky. Fish jerky. We can make surf and turf. Nopales. We need to look for nopales. Let's see if we can do that. And maybe some salt. Okay, I fuck with that. Ooh. Ooh. Can I? No. This is just a cooked turkey. You gotta eat. I guess. Salt. There's so much salt. Almond. Bro, there's so much stuff. Oh my god. Oh my god, there's so much stuff. Bro, I need to the hell's that sound? Hold on. You hear that? Sunset. Okay, well. Nutmeg. What is nutmeg used on? Ground nutmeg. What do you use nutmeg for? Eggnog? Bro. Gag. Pumpkin spice. 5 spice would be good. Nice. Swedish meatballs. Custard. We need to find spices. What we need to do. I think what I need to do is have like a station of just all just like food here on the side here. Yeah, that's what I need to do. It's okay. I'll figure that out. I'm gonna keep this fish jerky though. Gotta put your ass in here. So we're just gonna dig for a while. Let me see. At what point is diamond level? Let me look that up. What point is diamond level? We did find some stuff here, so maybe we can keep looking down here. Deep slate. Wait, deep slate. Hold on. We might have hit gold mine. Deep slate tin ore. Ugh. Nope. I thought I could like grab it, but no. Tough. Okay. I actually really want a deep slate because it's really good texture. You can make it darker. That's so fucking good. We got lucky. Literally that meme. They always stop right before they hit gold. So we might have found the... We might have found the meteor. Because I wanted to mine it, but because there's a bunch of monsters around it, I couldn't mine it. So we might have actually found it. Oh my god. Whoa. It is closed? Okay. As long as this is closed, I don't care. Okay, we should be fine. We've struck gold, boys and girls and datums. What is that? What is that? Oh, is that what's his name in here? That might be some animal under here, actually. And I don't think it's evil. I think it's like another like nice mob, but I think it's just trapped down here. I guess if we get a lure, a lure, we can see. Deep slate. I want this shirt. I want to cover all my area with deep slate. It's just because you can make a bunch of cool textures with this. Azurite though? Should we make something with this? I don't know what you can do with this, other than like, I guess, decoration? Whoa. Oh. Calcite. That would be good to use too. We can get some. Oh hell no, I don't know if that was a gun outside right now. I really hope not. Probably not a gun, it's probably just like people were just doing a bunch of fireworks. Oh, there's some like iron up there. I mean, I always hear these noises at night, so it's fine, I don't really care at this point. But it's annoying. I swear to god though, there's probably like some family that's always doing that shit. Because they, every fucking Friday or Saturday night, they just start fucking blasting. I'm like, what are you doing? Oh really? I didn't know that. Let me check out what this is first. Oh. Azurite. So, modifier work. Okay. So you can make some polished stuff with it. Crack seared bricks. Automated shaped. crafting. So I think it's just a bunch of crafting tools you can make with it. Oh, it can turn into zinc. Oh, I think I'll just take some and then I'll ask if Val wants some. I think I'll just take like a stack and that's it. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah. I don't want like more than, let's do 3 more. Then I don't need. I don't know how I feel about the music. Okay, there's a bunch of sink ore. Sink ore? Sink ore. I don't think I need any of that. Glowing grotto? That's really cool. I don't like the way the fucking music is playing right now. Glowing carpet. Oh. That's gonna get got if I'm not careful. What's that diamond? I might need to like block this off. Just so that it doesn't like. Okay. I like the way it just goes ching ching. Like it's like actual fucking. Oh, feels right now. I don't think I really need this. I think if I really wanted this. Damn. Is there like no other? Deep sight. Waypoint. Create waypoint. Gems and ores. So this is probably like a good level for diamonds. Thank you for your hepa, Izzy. Lichen. Ew. Ew, what the fuck is that? Ew, what is that noise? I wanna take some mud just cause that's crazy. Gravel! I need some gravel. The monsters might be coming, but I really want some stuff down here. Oh. I think the music does not help. I just try out music that's gonna fucking scare me. When it comes to ore, anything is possible for me. Deep slate, I can see if I can use that for like maybe the staircase. Oh, there's so much stuff down here. I need to be careful. Okay. I should be okay down here. Oh my god, there's so much stuff down here though. The fun thing about these mods is that they actually do help with like getting a shit ton of fucking ore. I think I'll just have to come back here and just mine with like some people. I'll tell Val about these cords, and if she wants she can mine them. Oh no, I used up the fucking... Oh, it's fine. As long as there's like no other crazy monster trying to get me. Ooh. Okay, we're just gonna use... Can you make... Oh, that's a good point. Let me see if I can. I think I should be able to, but I just wanted to get a bunch of ores just so that I can save it for like a better weapon and like a better pickaxe and axe. Because we already have like a whole foundry or like a whole area of just like crafting stuff in the server, so we can like get all the stuff and make some things with it. I know for sure tinkers you need like I don't really need 10 right now. Like you can get certain things with it. So like if you want you can get mossy balls. I think we should be able to get mossy balls. I have to look into that. I just don't want to die down here with all this stuff. So I can come back later. Is it over here? Yes, I think it is here. Oh no, it's not here. I need to block this off or something. Just as a block so that I know that that's not a way to go. Oh wait, it's right here. Yeah, I think it's right here. Okay, I think it would be cool to use deep slate though for like making some staircase. So it would be fun. We can see right now. I did get some. Damn, it's already like evening, I think. Unless it's like 5 a.m. here. I also don't know how to read the clock because it's 24 hours. Oh, this is so funny. Because we could use the forgery at the other area. Oh, Dios mío. And just like just go to town with it. Found diamonds! Diamonds, 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 diamonds. I got mud, but I don't have. Can we make some deep slate? Cobblestone deep slate, some mud. Oh. Let's see. Polished. How do you make polished? So. Ah. Ooh. We made 20. We have made 20. Damn, well... there's mud. We can put... Well, we can make a flooring out of that. So we're not doing that there. Nope. I could just make another... Oh, okay. So we can just put more stuff here. Clay moss. What the hell? I did remove all the food. I don't know if I would, like, use this primarily, like... Damn it. Already, like, off to a good start with that. I think for sure I would need to, like, know... Ah! I'll just have to work my way up with this. Whoa. What? What the hell? I wanted to see how it would look like. Wait, how do I... There you go. I really want it to be like you have to go up and it looks dark, but I really want to replace the fucking wood in here to make it more ominous type of like skull. God damn it.
Hola, 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 hola.
Hola, hello. Hey, hey Porky, how are you? I hope you're having a good Friday night, or you had a good stream. Thanks so much for stopping by. How are you? But if you gotta go, I hope you have a good night and I hope you have a good weekend. But if you want to chat, you can. Let's do SO. What were you doing? Were you playing more games? Or are you just chatting? I'll see if I can get more. Hello! Everyone follow Porky. She's really cool. She's a part of the Southside, like, friends and everything, so she's dope. Let me see if I can fix the lights over here. I don't think it needs like a light every fucking corner. Where is my lights? Okay. Oh, where was that? Oh, the game's good. We've been at it for like 4.5 hours almost. It's been like really fun just because the server, it's like a server between a lot of my friends. And the person who was in charge was like Joe. I think Joe, Kobe, and Val, but mostly Val. Y'all should check out Val because she a very cool person. Can I find her stuff again? Valentina the Moon. Let me go get her stuff. She is pretty cool, pretty chill. And she helped make the server more comfortable and everything for everyone. And she made this crazy server, and I fucking feel insane playing it because there's so much going on in this game. Like, you see this shit? This is just the outside. I had to put fucking barbed wire because of how atrocious some of these monsters were. Ooh, the bamboo grew. Eat my shit, you bastards! Oh shit. I nearly, like, went off. Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. I had to make a whole, like, barbed wire fence, and then I had to make, like, a bunch of spikes because of how fucking hostile they are. They're evil, man. They're just so goddamn evil. You see this shit? Come here, babes. Kill me. I'm right here. I'm right here. And then, like, this is, like, basically how it is. Do you want to come over here? Come over here. I want to see you try to come over here. Fuck you. Eat shit and die. And I put spikes down there. Where did they go? Or did you go over here? I need to put spikes down here, but look, it's supposed to kill it. I'm thinking of putting a chest down here just so that, like, I can get some, like, spawn, like, monster stuff. But I want to make, like, something here just so that they can, like, straight up just die easily. Specifically, like, zombies. I am gonna make more spikes. So here you see, like, I've been making some bamboo. Just so that I can make some spikes. But if you fall in here, it's kind of game over, so... definitely, like, a thing. I'm trying to fucking get the fucking bamboo, man. I can't get the bamboo! Oh. That's another issue. It's fine. We get, like, a shit ton of bamboo here. So, it don't matter to me. So I'm gonna make a bunch of bamboo spikes. I kind of have been going insane with this game, though. I've only been playing it for like 4 hours. 4 hours? Has it really been 4 hours? The fucking emote. Oh, I love that thing. Ding ding ding! Thank you for gifting a sub to Porky, Izzy! Oh my gosh, you got a little stamp. If you get full stamps, you get a free sketch. From yours truly. Let's make some more spikes. Oh, I don't have any space. Oh. Oh, no, 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 no. Absolutely not. Let's make some more spikes. Oh, what? What the hell? I'm just now seeing that. Okay. Okay, so we need to make some slabs. I just forgot. The what? Oh, nice. What you got? Oh, I made 22. Okay. Well. Oh, we need to make more. Actually, we need to make more torches. That's the issue here. That's why I've been burning the fucking coal. the fucking wood for some. Oh, my ear itches. I'm sorry if you hear some weird noises. That's my ear itching. Oh, I'm sorry. I was not paying attention to the music. It's good music though. I've not been paying attention to it. Let's do black dye. Oh, you can get charcoal from black dye? What the hell? Huh. I didn't know that. It's fine. Hmm. Hmm. I'm definitely gonna be fucking covering this wood up because I don't like the color of it. Oh! Nice, Izzy. I didn't even know that. That's cool. They should do that everywhere. Okay. Oh my god, you see that shit? Oh my god. Hi. Hi, bestie. Are you gonna crawl up and die? Go fuck yourself. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you trying to crawl up. Oh. Are you gonna die? Bestie, are you trying to kill yourself? Oh my god. Oh my god, it nearly got me. Are you gonna come? I love that. I love to see it. We love to see it. You fucking evil monsters. Oh my god, that's gonna hurt me instead. Where did they go? Ah! Did it die? What happened? What? Did it just die? I think it might have just died. The fuck? Okay. Sorry. That was like not the best. I want to kill monsters, but I don't know. Oh, that's the fucking Enderman. Is there any monsters up here? Are they all gonna be fucking evil? Okay. I think we're good. Izzy, I'm done. You know I have no fucking brain cells right now. Oh, look at him go. Huh. I think we should be okay. Let me see if I need to cut more trees down. Did I get... I want to cut more over here so that it's like separated. I did not want to do that with this axe. Because I just want to get more wood too. Why are you blocking me? I didn't do nothing. I don't want to be saying no crazy shit. Oh, a black one. Oh. Well, at least we don't like live off these. Oh my god, that's a fucking scorpion. It just like spawned beside me. Oh my god. Ay, Diosito de mi vida, the fucking Enderman just came in here. It scared the hell out of me. Bro, I cannot believe that freaking... I should have opened the back door here. I knew I should have done that. Should I just try to kill it? Okay, boys. Don't scare me. I ain't do nothing. Oh. You know what you should do? You should use the spikes. Where is it? Okay, the Enderman is over here, but I'm trying to get my passion fruit. Did this fucker just disappear? What? The fuck? Okay. Do they live in the trees? Is that why he just came down and was like pissed at me that I just destroyed the tree? Well, that's on you. 2K? Absolutely not. I'll make you spend it on something soon. I'm gonna make that shit expensive. Let's see. Get more watermelons, just cause like they just grow. What is that? Coconut? Cashew. Interesting. Oh. A duck? Look, got a feather. I'm gonna find like a flock of ducks. Huh. Oh, black sand. Oh. Can I use this with something? Oh, is it all just... Wait, there's sand over here. I just keep finding pistachios and shit. Oh! Let's go get some sand. Oh, the what redeem? Oh shit, I fucked up. Well, I have some wood. Wait, did one of y'all redeem it and nobody told me? Hold on. Are you serious? Izzy, did they read? Sorry, I heard like a noise. It scared me. No, hold on. Oh fuck. Hold on. Damn it. Did yeah, 0 did? Okay. Okay, hey Google, put a timer for 1 minute. I can't believe you just made a whole redeem. Oh, I can't believe I just made a whole redeem just for you guys to be bothering me, and I'm not even doing anything. I just have a little strange voice and a slightly high tone, but I don't understand why I have to do this all the time. And it's fucking 11 at night, and now I have to do the voice. Oh my god. Well, this was horrifying. This was very horrifying. Now I have to figure out how to like do this voice a lot longer while I'm trying to dig for some sand. See, are you happy now? Can't believe I have to do this. I'm trying not to raise my voice or my sister's gonna fucking kill me. Don't know what else to tell you other than like I'm gonna try. Oh, hey Google, stop! Oh my god, that scared me. Ugh, that. Ugh. I need to be quiet. Wild cabbage! Sorry, I got happy. I got really excited. Oh, wild flax! Okay, I need to hurry up or I'm cooked if. Oh, fuck. I need some sugar cane. Ugh. Hold on. Okay, I gotta go home. Oh my god. I need to like run faster because if not, I'm cooked for the night. I don't know why I ran all the way over here. Run, 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 run. Oh my god, I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Hola, 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 hola.
Hello? Hi, Wicked. Oh my god. I wish I could have seen what you were watching. I mean, you were streaming. Oh my god. I'm trying to run for my life because it's nighttime and it's not fun when it's nighttime. Can you shout him out? Is he? Hello, everyone. I hope you had a good stream. Or I can do it in a minute. I just need to run. No! I need to remove that actually. Yeah, because that's not gonna help. That's just gonna hurt me more. Okay. Okay, I got scared. Oh my god. Nemesis was kicking our butt. No! I'm sorry. It's okay, I got Wicked though. Wicked? Yes. Wicked? Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Hello. My butt. I'm trying to like last until. Oh my god, my butt. I need to get like a good cushion for this because I cannot sit here for too long. But yeah, we're like surviving in this game. It's so scary. Like, you see this shit? I like literally went insane trying to build this whole area here. Cause goddamn. Can we show you the monsters? The monsters are fucking evil. Oh, there's a phantom or a ghost over there. And then there should be more monsters popping up in a minute. I have my my watermelon patch over here. Ooh, there's Wicked. I'm trying to see what other place, if there's any other monsters. Probably can't see them anymore. But we kind of like, Val found this place for me, and she told me it would be a good place for like a bloodhounds type of place. Which I think it's cool. I can't see where the monsters are, but there were a lot of monsters earlier. Gotta put a cushion. I don't know what kind of cushion though. I'm like, my butt is like very sensitive. Even my last chair wasn't that great because it was just so sensitive. What is that over there? I hardly put anything on my throne though. If I do, it's usually like important stuff, of course, though. I don't know what the fuck, where the monsters are, but they were like scary. Did I get everything I wanted? Because there was some stuff I was like, oh. Ugh. Whoa, look at all that wood. We did get a lot of wood though. Black sand. I want to see if black sand is like good. Oh. That's such a good song. I think cabbage seeds. We can grow some cabbages soon. Let's grow some stuff though. I like this game a lot though. It's really fun. I definitely recommend it. Black sand. Black sand. What am I supposed to do with this? I guess you can make some walls with this. Ooh, look at that. Oh, bro, imagine. Okay, the vision. Imagine covering this whole area of just black glass. Like this here, this mosaic glass. Like all of these here. Oh my god, do you understand how pretty that would be? I feel like it would be pretty. Do you guys understand the vision? We could do it. We could do it. I think we should be able to do it. Cause like, how do you do it? So it's like, so black stained glass, and then you put more black dye, and it makes black mosaic. And once you make the mosaic, you put all of them into it. Oh my god! You guys were funny. Ding dong, the witch is dead. Wait, I have some pistachios and foods. Let's put that in the... We can put them in here for now. I think for sure this is going over here. I didn't get a lot of sand like I wanted, but it's fine. Jungle wood, no. Put that in wood. I think I'm gonna put these in the bottom. Yeah, let's go do that. We can go mine more. The witches? Oh. I was like, ding dong, the witch is dead. Not wicked. Oh, look at all the monsters. Look, they're trying to come for me. Oh, look at the zombie. Hi, zombie. How you feeling? How you feeling, zombie? Do you want to kill me? Hi. It can't see me anymore. Oh! Oh, don't get too close. I wanted to see me though. Oh, burp. See me. See me. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, you can do it. Come on. You can jump. You can jump in the spikes and kill yourself. You can do it. I know you can. Oh, we're listening to very vintage Halloween songs. Come on, girl. You got this. You literally did this earlier. You did this for yourself. You can do it again. Do it. You know, I should make like a platform here and then just make them mad. Fuck you guys. You know what? Come over here. Come over here. I'm here. Come over here. Come over here. You got this. You got this, boo. You can kill me. Come on. Come on. And now you're mine. Come on, babes. Come here. Can you not, like, come here? Wow. They really want me to go over there. Come on. There you go. Kill yourself. Come on. You got this. You got this, buddy. Why can't I reach you? Come over. Come on. There you go. There's another one. Come on. Ugh. Whatever. Whatever. Well, you'll die in the sun either way. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Nick and Knight. Oh wait, no. Thank you for gifting little Schneider a subscription. Oh my god. Thank you. Come on. You got this. You got this, homie. I really wish it would jump here because earlier they like actually did fall down, and then it just died because I have spikes down here. Oh fuck me! Damn it! Really? Yo. Yo. Come on, he's a day, yo. Come, like nothing can. Hang out, come when we come home. Na 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 na. Like come when we come home. The daddy man, daddy me banana. Come home. Yeah? What did you realize? They for run. They like come and we rumble. But they for run. He's a day. They like come and we rumble. He's a day. He's a day. He's a day. Rumble. Banana. No, not that. I want this. Rancha. Memory rumble. Memory rumble. I want that fucking zombie to come over here. Hi, are you gonna chase me? No, don't chase me now. Memory rumble. He said that, he said that, he said that. Come here. Really? Really? Dale mi banana. Where was it that there was sand? I think it was like more south. Because I wanted to get more sand. Yeah, I think it was like going down here. What is this? Oh, grapefruit. I don't really like grapefruit a lot in real life. But I like getting them because my mom likes them. Oh my god, that scared me. Cashew. I already picked these. Ugh, my fucking... Ugh. Oh. Cracking my neck a little bit. I don't crack my neck like I used to, because I used to crack it so much that it started getting worrying. More vegetables! I do want to peck for more veggies, so... Dorian. I'm gonna make like a freaking... Damn it, I wish I can like do a bunch of digging at once. But I think Val said there's only certain things you can dig. So we're just gonna just dig a shit ton of glass and see how far we can go. I'll tell Val if she wants you can raid for the gems I have. I think I'll message her tonight, or the girls. Or the other guys. Whoever. And see if they want them for the technology. Did you guys enjoy the songs? I love the music. I need to find more good playlists like this. Just trying to see if I can find Kobe's place. We're gonna keep trying though. We need to find though some clay. Because I want to make another forge. But like at my place. I don't mind like everyone like going to that one place. But I really want to have my own forge. Just because it would be like a lot useful. Since I'll be mining a lot. Wicked. Did you beat the game or did you get far in the game, by the way? Oh, this is gonna take a lot longer, huh? Can I find any clay though? Oh, I mean, I already have clay, I guess. Oh, this is just salt. Fuck my baka life. Oh, I think it's gonna get dark. Oh, I need to go. Oh, whoa, a jellyfish. Whoa, it just like died in like one hit. That's so fucked up. Anchovy! Anchovy! I got far, but then I got stuck on a boss for half an hour. Gave up. You could say he met. He met his nemesis. That's so funny. Yeah, you'll get him. Okay. I thought it was late, but no. You can keep digging for a little bit longer for sand. I don't know if I'll do like the whole thing. Sadly, I didn't get any more dirt, so... Oh, my butt. Oh, shit. What the fuck? It's just black sandstone over here. Oh, I should not go. Oh, I should not keep going. I need to get out, actually. This is not good. This is not good at all. I should be careful, because... I think the- oh, shit. I actually thought it was, like, still... I need to get, like, some running shoes, so... Because, goddamn. This is scary. Izzy, stop messing with Wicked. What the hell? What the fuck? What? Don't mess with him! What is that noise? I just heard like a noise and it scared the fuck out of me. I don't know if it was the movie, the song? Did y'all hear that? Oh, no fucking way. He's playing a fucking instrument. Do y'all see that shit? Fuck this guy, I want that. Do you see it? He's just like playing the fucking music. I don't know what the hell he's playing. Bruh. Fuck you guy. I want that. I want whatever he has. I got a jellyfish. Bro, someone clipped it earlier. Who was that clipped it? But like, there was like a guy playing bagpipes, and it scared me so fucking bad because I was like, what the fuck? And I thought it was someone, but no, it wasn't a server. And people usually are the only ones that make the instruments. And so I was like, why is there fucking bagpipes? What kind of mod is this? Fuck if I know, man. Actually, I can look it up. Oh my god, he's just jamming. What? Get it, Skeleton Man. Oh my god, I think he has like a radio. Hold on, because I had some bagpipes I just made earlier. Immersive melodies. No, I'm in a server with some friends, Kobe and Val and some other of her friends. It was really funny because they just invited me and they were like, okay, Kronos is joining, which is fine. But it was just really entertaining to me. I was like, oh, like it's also really sweet. I don't really expect people to invite me to anything. So I don't know. It was really sweet. I think he might be playing an Ender bass. I don't know what that is. I don't have Ender pearls, so a trumpet though. I do have bagpipes. I don't know. Yeah, I gotta remember I have really low self-esteem. What the fuck? What's that noise down there? What y'all doing down there? Whatever. Let me get my bagpipes and show Wicked. Okay. Let's start the bagpipe session. Oh. What the fuck? Oh, no. Wait, nope. No! Damn it, it's so hard, like, learning how to do it, like, with my keyboard, because my keyboard's fucked up. I have some bagpipes. Oh, Wicked. Wicked's so sweet, what the fuck? What's a good song? Do they have like a good song? They said we can go. Wait, bubblegum? Oh! Oh! Ooh! Axel F? Hold on. Where is that F? Oh. Do 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 do. There's so many songs in here, y'all. Holy shit. I think this is. Wait, I saw Soul Eater. Wait, they have Resident Evil 8. They have Resident. This goes fucking hard. Is Stinky. Bro, they got Overlord? What the fuck? Mystery Skulls? The Witcher. Bab, of course. Which one is the Naruto song where it's like it's like a pretty cool intro where like Naruto's like running around and he's like, of course it's every intro, but he's like, it feels like kind of like almost real world-esque. It's like an original Naruto song, but I don't know what the name of it is. Lil Nas. That has to be a Val song. We are fighting. I don't know the name of that one. Okay, wait. I don't know the name of it. It sounds fucking weird. Let's see. Dead Man Wonderland. I love the song. Why is Daddy Yankee in Minecraft? I don't know. Damn, there's some good songs though. Maybe Silhouette. I know I love Dead Man Wonderland. It's one of my favorites. I don't think I remember them. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. Still Alive. Wait. Everybody stop. Oh, this is a bad one. I thought it was gonna go hard, but it's not going. It's not going hard. Okay. Why is Skrillex in here? I don't know what else this fucking say with this song. Okay, we're done. Because I'm going insane. Oh, you can do play with my keyboard? Wait, can I? What? You can play with the keyboard? Okay, that was cool, but let me put that away. I just wanna tell you all the reason. It was really fun. I like the bagpipe. I don't know why they made it look like that though. There's a bunch of other instruments. I kind of want to get like a drum. Play Freebird? No, absolutely not. I got another sword. I didn't realize I had like another sword. Oh my god. I'm still trying to see. Okay. Where the fuck everybody is at? Because I did find that one guy's place. He lives here. But I'm trying to see where Kobe lives. Val lives over here, I think. This is the main base, like when you first enter. There's a Sakura biome right over here. What the fuck do you mean there's a Sakura biome? What the fuck? I want some Sakuras. What the fuck? Also, I need to see where... How did I get up here? I need to make like actual proper stairs. Excuse me. Okay, next time we'll just make proper stairs. For now, I want to like look at my trees. So these are my trees. What's that one mean? These are these are my girls. My willow tree up here. My other willow tree up here. And then my other crazy tree over here. These are my ladies. And then once you go down one area, it's the weight zone. I should really make that proper, but I'd rather people just figure it out. They got Wonderwall. I don't think so. Sakura's my favorite. Are you deadass, Izzy, or are you fucking with me? Sakura, I think personally should like. I feel like if the creator was a better writer, I would have liked her, but he wasn't. So every time I see Sakura, I just get sad. Oh my butt! Ow 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 ow. Okay. Since my butt hurts and it's been 5 hours. Deadass? That's crazy. My favorite character is Hinata. I won't tell the reason why though. I'm not ever gonna tell anybody why. She was done dirty though. I will admit that. I really wish they could have improved her character. Yeah, and don't we all want to kiss the characters that we like? I just think she was neat. Ooh, a brown one. A brown one, a brown one. I think I'll probably put these outside of the... Ooh, you see how it looks? Does it look cool to you? Ooh, this is supposed to be a skeleton, I think, or a face. Because of the ribs. I don't know if you can see it from here. I wish you can, like, see it from afar. I could probably, like, go away and show you. But the type of it is supposed to be like a skeleton head. Oh, a mole. You can kind of see it. I did want to put some glass around it to make it look more cool. I might replace some stuff over there, like the bottom area. What is that? Oh, it's just hive. But I think it's pretty cool what I've done. I think for sure. The fuck was that? Do I have like a pickaxe? No, not pickaxe. A fucking. I do have. Oh, I do have this one. I want to get like another one. I just want to chop this one down. I just don't think it's cool looking. Besides, I really gotta get rid of some stuff either way. Oh my god. Oh man, this one got stuck. Well, guess I'll just have to come back for you. I'll put more trees up soon. I just need there to be a clear path. I mean, yes. I'm just saying. I get sad because they did Sakura dirty. I mean, it's the same with Hinata. They did her dirty, and I get sad about her. I think, like, if the woman just had a better writing, I would have liked a lot. I would have liked all of them a lot better. Like, even like 10-10, after like, oh my god, they bit. Oh no 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 no. Like they did 10-10 dirty. I should have thought about that. I didn't think about that. And she's like kind of one of the main characters in like the Boruto series. Was it 10-10? It was one of them. I can't remember who, but like she just, I don't know. I feel like they don't even do much with her. Oh my god, I'm gonna die here. Oh my god. I want to put some spikes down, but never mind. You know what? Never mind. It's fine. I'm fucking gonna die because I'll just keep running into my spikes because I want to keep decorating them. Mash. Mash. Can I do? No, I don't know if it would be good to do that. I just want to get rid of this. Ah, okay. It's such a. Oh my god. Okay, damn. I don't want to get near you again. Damn, sorry. Oh my god, no fucking way that I just jumped in here. Stop doing that. I usually don't fall in. I actually never fall in. Okay. I need to move this one. Or I need to move this. I'm thinking I need to move this little bit over here. Or I'm gonna go insane. I'm not sorry for that. Okay, now it's 12. What the fuck? Oh, that's just the song. Yeah. But yeah. I think for the next plan, I'm gonna see if... I'm gonna see what else to do. I don't know. At the moment, it's kind of like up in the air because I don't know like specifically what to work on. I really want to work on some stuff, but it's like, oh god, so much. There's so much to do in this game, and I don't know how much time I have. And I have to work on some stuff that I want to plan on working. Where's my brown ones? So I'll have to see what else to work on. I kind of don't know if you guys were like want to see me just play this game because I will be playing this game a lot. I want to aim to like actually play this a lot. But I want to decorate this like really cool, so I'm thinking the glass would be really nice. I'm just trying to see if I should like replace the fence. And maybe some of the leaves a little bit. But I don't know. I wonder what I really want to replace like that white wood over there, you see? But I don't know if I can because I just don't know if it'd be possible with the way everything is, but I'll see. So, oh, well, I just lost connection, so I guess that's a good time to just go rate some. Is there anybody that's on right now? That's funny. I need to make sure actually though that my shit is not fucked. Damn, that's crazy. I just sort of just die. No, everyone stop streaming. Are you serious? What the fuck? I can't believe it. Can you leave my fucking clown music alone? I love this music. This is the Halloween playlist still going, man. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Let me see if the brown is still there. Yes, then we're good. We can disconnect. Leave my music alone. I actually listen to this music a lot. Please. We did raid Mumkey last time, I think. We raided for Charlotte last time, which is really funny. I'm sorry for people who didn't know who Charlotte was, because you guys were expecting the other Charlotte. So let's see who is on. What is happening? It's not showing me. Okay. Are you guys do you guys want to do like a game session or art session? Angler is on playing Kirby. Naito's on. Corpse is on. I have not seen her in so long. Charlotte Bear, Gao Gao. Yeah. No, the other Charlotte monster is on. I don't think Charlotte Bear is on actually. Should we rate someone that we actually know though? We can rate Fresh Wet. He is Charlotte's partner, Charlotte Monster partner. Let Abuela listen to her golden oldies. Yeah. Let me listen to my good shit music, bro. I'm trying to see cause like the only person that I think I know is Angler and Fresh Sweat. Damn, they both got like 123 views. It's scary. I mean, I have like Ray the Meat before, and she has like usually over hundreds of people watching her. Um, oh my god, I gotta pick someone because everybody's trying to leave already now. Thank you, everyone. Let's go raid. Um, oh, Ruin with It always raids me. I didn't even notice her. She looked a little bit different because she's with some friends. So let's go raid her. I never get to raid her. Okay, go raid. Go say hi to Ruin with It. She's really cool. She usually actually likes to raid me really late, which is surprising. And I haven't been able to like raid her specifically, but she's chill and cool. Say hi to her. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nolan. I hope you had a good night too. Have a good weekend, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Drink your water. Take your meds. Do whatever it is that you can to take care of yourselves. And let's go raid Ruin with It. She's playing RB there yet. So let's go, everybody. You can use whatever you want. Even if you want, you can also use like some axes, like pickaxes for Minecraft. I don't know what the fuck else to do. um, I think there might be some stuff I'm gonna be working on soon, so I'll show you guys. I'm thinking of releasing a model soon. I'm not sure next week, but I'm gonna see if I have time. But we'll see. We'll see. So have a good night, everybody. Bye. Oh wait.